Hello, Cyanide. What can I see you'll be doing today? Ah. Hello, Ike. What can I see you be doing today? Kina dayo. Hello everyone, Access Kina Vira here. Back with Nintendo Puzzle Collection. Hope everyone's doing well today. Should be fun as usual. This week I'm pretty excited for stuff. Wait, hold on. I have to open my task manager. I don't know who Well is, but I guess I'm doing them. Okay, Cyanide, you're starting off on a bad foot already. But yeah. おはようございます。こんにちは。こんばんは。XS キネビレです。今日の配信は Nintendo Puzzle Collection です。I'm gonna start with Yoshi's Cookie today. Because I do want to get better at that one. It is kind of interesting. So, I will be doing that. I will stream this more and more. And hopefully Nintendo will realize that this is a game that should be added to NSO. Meanwhile, they're probably like, we're trying to add it, but the testing, it won't work. We gotta test the connections. I don't know. But it would definitely be a 4-player game for all 3 games, so I guess that's a lot of pressure. Or maybe they're going, I didn't think people would realize this game still existed, or that this game existed at all. I don't know. Not sure. Not the point, though. At any rate. Let's go. Good old assets and stuff. They could have actually used these assets for like something mobile as well. That's the funny thing about it. I'm gonna keep starting on easy every time since I'm less familiar with Yoshi's Cookie. I guess technically it's the easiest out of the three though, wouldn't you think? Maybe? But who knows? They're all puzzles, so who's to say either way? Alright. Galumba. Alright, so how do I play this game? And I'll probably end up doing more of the like just showing off the 4-player stuff as well, just because, right? With the CPUs and stuff. All I know is that the more matches you make, the more actual Yoshi cookies you'll get. Kind of like with the more 4s that you make in Panel de Pon, the more you get the silver blocks. Oh, so the reason why I'm also like excited for this week is because I have a few things popping in or coming in that I ordered. If you're part of my Discord, I already showed that I received 2 games. One Super Famicom, one Super Nintendo. And I'm waiting on 2 more Super Famicom games. They're all puzzles, funnily enough. And I am a streamer. One of them I've never heard of, and the other I didn't even know existed on Super Famicom/Nintendo. So I thought it was very interesting. I don't know why I did that. I should have paid attention to the top. What else? I'm getting a new TV/monitor as well. I was looking for a new one because the one I'm using is quite old. It's not bad, but I did want to upgrade. I wanted some improvements and whatnot. Improvements to stability. Overall improvements to stability, as they say for the 3DS. I think I get the television on Tuesday, so that's gonna be fun. I don't know when I'm gonna get the games. They'll probably show up tomorrow. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow though. It depends. I'll keep you guys posted on that, I guess. And with that in mind, don't be afraid to, you know, like, comment, subscribe, and follow me on Twitch. I'd really appreciate it, you know. I don't know why I'm so like low in tone today. I actually feel pretty good. I slept really well today. So I'm pretty decent. I don't know why I did that. I have to look at the top. I really have to look at the top and make sure that the cookies go my way and not the enemy's way. But yeah, that's why I'm playing on easy, because I'm not good. Bonanza came out. Donkey Kong Bonanza came out for Switch too, or Switch, I guess. I don't know if it came out. I don't know if it's for both, but a lot of people are playing it. I think they're enjoying it. I haven't seen any gameplay of it in terms of like streamers, because I don't really watch when a new game comes out like that. I don't know if I'm gonna get it. I probably should. I honestly probably should. but I hear it's really, really, really good. So for those out there who actually like the Donkey Kong series or like where the Donkey Kong franchise is going, you should pick it up. Pick it up and play it. More than likely you will enjoy it. What else? Oh, here's something interesting that I woke up to. When I go to sleep, I usually have my phone by my side. When I'm listening to either like music or just random streams or what have you. I woke up and I got a notification from like eBay, because sometimes I get my stuff from eBay. And someone was like streaming, like auctioneering off games and stuff. I was like, oh, this is interesting, because I've never actually seen it before. I know it's a thing that happens, but I've never seen it before. So I wanted to check it out. I saw a lot of things on there that I was interested in. Now I did see though that with the Pokemon games, they always started at $100. Always started at $100, or a little bit more than 100. Which is to be expected. I also saw like Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2 for like GameCube, because I never owned Budokai 2. I only owned Budokai 1, and I didn't even know they made 2 for the GameCube. I thought they only made it for PlayStation. I had thought about getting it, and then I said, nah. I really don't want to try to get CDs. I'm fine with carts, but not in like cassettes, but not really CDs. CDs are flimsier and harder to repair, so I'd rather not get CDs. But it was really cool to see. Now I did see N64 stuff as well, and I was like, this is tempting. I saw the Pokemon Puzzle League one. I saw that auction go up a lot. And I was like, man, this is tempting. I kind of want to get it. And then I was like, nah, I've ordered a lot of stuff this month. I think it's okay. Missed opportunity, but it is okay. I've already got the other puzzle games and stuff, so I am good. But I think it's really cool. It's nice to see that sort of thing, because I do like physical media, obviously. And in my Discord, I was talking about Game Boy Advance stuff. How you can't, or Game Boy, you can't really trust Game Boy carts. Because it depends, right? For Game Boy Color, in terms of like saving, I think there were batteries, especially for Pokemon, obviously. I don't know if every Game Boy Color game was like that, because my Game Boy Color library was non-existent. In fact, the handheld that I started off with was a Game Boy Advance. So at the time that I had a Game Boy Advance, I didn't even know the original Game Boy existed at the time. I didn't realize how beefy it was, how beefy it looked and stuff, and how cabbage it was. It's really funny. I think I have more Game Boy original games than Game Boy Color. I may only have one Game Boy Color game. Well, I had two. It was Mario Deluxe, but I don't know where that cartridge is, unfortunately. But people will sell Game Boy Advance cards for cheap because they're bootlegging it or they are reproducing it. So most games, especially if they're like popular ones like Pokemon or Fire Emblem, are going to be $50+ USD. And if they end up being less, they're probably bootleg or like a fan translation put on it. And fan translations are okay. Usually you don't want to do it because the money doesn't go to the translators. So I'm torn on that aspect because I have bought some. I have obviously bought some Game Boy Advance cards with translations on them. Mother 3, Mother 1+2. Like, I've done that. Even Fire Emblem Binding Blade, I've done that. And I hate that the translators don't get, you know, the money for it. Even if they say that, you know, it's a non-profit thing and they don't really want money for it or anything like that. But their efforts, I still feel like, should be rewarded because they didn't have to do it. I know passion projects are a thing. But I think rewarding people just for doing great work is a fantastic thing to think about or to do and stuff like that. Yes, people do want it deep down. They're like, you know, give me money, give me stuff, I want recognition. But like usually if people do a great job and they're just doing it casually, just a thanks is more than enough because it gets them on the radar a lot more as well. It lets them know that, you know, I shouldn't have done that. It lets them know that they're doing a great job. And apparently that's not something that people hear very often anymore, unfortunately. And I encourage good behavior and great works and you know, keeping your nose to the grindstone and stuff like that, because like I said, when you're passionate about something, usually you want to show people show the world that you're doing well, and or just the things that you're doing, and you know, put yourself out there. But you know, you also don't want to come off as like pompous or like a braggart or something like that. You know, I did it, I made the best thing in the world, you know, because you're just gonna get negativity at that point if you do that. You're gonna get put, quote unquote, in your place when you do something like that. You know, have some sort of modesty, humility, you know. But yeah, when people are just doing a thing and it's like a passion project, or like they just really like doing a thing, I feel like it goes a long way, because you know, it's like, I always say it's like making homemade cookies, you know, homemade cookies like grandma used to make, and how people would say that, you know, they were made with love and stuff, and how they tasted really good and stuff like that. And then you may get like a granddaughter, grandson who's like, oh, we could really make some money off of this. We could speed up production. And then it becomes like factory or store-bought, and then it doesn't taste as good anymore because you're, what's the word? It's not being made the same way, so it ends up tasting worse. That's why people say, you know, oh, this tastes store-bought versus homemade. That's why those two terms exist, differentiating between the quality or the taste. So you can usually tell when passion is put into something that is done and whatnot. So I think it's really cool. So to people who are still doing like fan translations, localizations and stuff, I applaud you, because for a lot of people, that's the only way people are going to be able to play the games. Because if they can't read it, you know, and since the games don't really get localized, it's the best way to go. That's how I first played Binding Blade. I played one of the earliest fan translations. Funnily enough, I have a card of that, even though I don't really need it, because I bought like a bundle of bootleg games. I knew that they were like fan translated stuff, because some of them is like Fire Emblem Requiem or Theocracy and stuff like that. So I already knew what I was getting my hands into, or getting into a long time ago when I bought them. What I didn't know, however, was that that Game Boy Advance carts were made in a way where there's a certain thing that bootleggers do with the battery stuff. I've explained in my Discord a few days ago, but like for Game Boy Advance, or for like Fire Emblem in general for Game Boy Advance, usually if you're in the middle of a map or something, and like your Game Boy turns off, like the battery runs out, or what have you, or you just turn it off, it usually lets you resume play from the last turn that was done. And even when you guys saw me like reset my game a few times the other day, it had restart chapter. This is because these were like quote unquote fake carts and stuff like that. I forgot my hobbies. Dream Warden, Bug Guy, Mr. Wife. Hello, welcome, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Greetings, internet's persons. Hello, I hope you're doing well today. So I ended up learning. I opened up the, I shouldn't have done that. I opened up the cart and I saw the, Ricky, oi. How dare you do this to me? Why'd you spell it out with an E? That's so funny. What are we doing well today? Let me see. You get to listen to this music now. I'm indeed doing very well today. I hope your day is going just as well as mine. Yeah, I'm pretty good today. I'm feeling pretty chipper today for the most part. I slept really well, so I feel pretty good. This song is from Pokemon, but it never drops. This song's not from Pokemon. Is it? Doesn't sound like Pokemon to me. Oh, it's irritating? Yeah, it is, isn't it? You want to listen to this for a whole hour? It's a pretty short loop, you know? Ah, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. You are my 630th. Listen, it sounds like Vermilion City. Vermilion City. Vermilion City. Kind of? Or whenever the game, wherever the game corner is at. Yeah, that's Vermilion City in Gen 1. I made number go even. I forget that that is a thing. I forget that people do have like number OCD and stuff like that, or ADHD, where like the number has to be on a 5 or a 0 or an even number. And I'm like, I guess I'm lucky that my favorite Japanese number is 6. However, I don't see anything wrong with like the number 7 or anything like that, or even like 3, but apparently it is a mental thing. So I guess Pewter City. Yeah, I can kind of hear it. I don't think I have OCD. I just like even numbers. Yeah. It's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. Definitely don't have anything diagnosed. Fair enough. You have a lot of titles for your name though. I forgot my hobbies. Actually, that's just from reading that in general, I kind of want to talk about that. I feel like as we grow up, we become afraid of doing what we used to do for some reason. I don't know if it's because of judgment or if we've lost the passion or we just feel like we wouldn't be adequate enough to go back to it. But I feel like that's something that has become common as well. And it's very interesting to think about. It's like, I used to draw a lot when I was younger, sure. I didn't care how time consuming it really was. I knew my anatomy was bad, but I still did it anyway. I mean, one of the reasons why I don't really draw as much now is because I do stream games more, because I've always wanted to stream video games. Did I know if I was going to become a VTuber? Not really. However, the opportunity was there, you know. I attempted to draw like once or twice, maybe 3 times I think, on stream. But I'm still getting used to trying to draw with a tablet. I don't really draw with a tablet. However, I do use my tablet more for when I'm doing like FL Studio stuff. It might be Cerulean City. Ricky, is it the whole map? But yeah. I think we become afraid of doing what we used to do though. It is Cerulean City, the beginning of it, and the beat never drops. Cerulean City. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. It's Seru. That's Seru. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. Let me turn this on and then turn this down. Let me check my DMs. It's Seru. Hello, Jay. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Blue Red Cerulean City. Oh my god, it is. That's so funny. That sounds really good when it's like stereo and reverb. That sounds really nice. Very therapeutic. That is such a funny emote to me. Default emotes are really funny. Didn't expect my name to cause slightly deeper topic. I just found it funny and fitting. The other names also have their place and reasons to exist. No, of course. It's just that I remember seeing a video or seeing a title of a video that also said something like, "Are you afraid of doing the things you used to do?" or something like that. And then when I saw that in your name, it made me think about it. I think deep topics are fine, honestly, because they're more personalized, you know. especially if it's not causing too much like trauma or anything like that. It's just something to think about, something to like talk about and stuff like that. So I don't see anything wrong with it per se. I'm trying to think about like the games I used to play and stuff when I was much younger. I always talk about this, but from the start, I used to play NES a lot, original Nintendo, because that was the system that we had growing up, me and sibling. And time to cause trauma. Don't you hate it when you dream about your teeth falling off? I can talk about that, sure. I guess I can talk about that first. I've had like a dream or two about that before. I've had a dream where, you know, I'd wake up and be like, oh my god, my teeth. And I'm like, oh wait, no, they're fine. Thank goodness, right? Yokatta, yokatta, yokatta. Kawaii yo. But then like, I remember when I was much younger having a dream about, it was like darkness, but like I'm seeing myself in like third person. And I was like on top of, think about like Mario pipes. I was like on top of Mario pipes or something like that, suspended in the ceiling, but everything else was dark. And I remember like falling off and then waking up, but I was like a really young kid. I don't know what that dream meant. I don't know how young I was, but I remember that. It's weird how memory works and how you can remember some things from ages ago, eons ago, that you have no business remembering, but you can't remember what happened yesterday, a week ago, or even a month ago, unless something eventful has occurred. So that's always interesting. I've never had any bungee jumping dreams though. I've had weird like driving dreams where I'm in the driver's seat, but I'm not properly driving or something. So like when collision happens, I don't feel it, weirdly enough, but you would think the jolt would happen in a dream and wake you up. There have been times where I would like go into water, but I'm walking or bobbing on water as if I'm just doing a weird like walking jump or whatever. So the water doesn't actually perform the way it should. And I can't swim, so I mean, you know. I had a dream last night where someone had held down 6 on a wall telephone to summon an army of white imps into their ex's apartment. Still not sure what my subconscious was on about with that one. Well, 6 is my favorite Japanese number. I don't know what 6 means to you. Man, the payphones, man. Yeah, it feels like ages ago, actually. But I remember those. Obviously I grew up with those. I'm trying to remember when they finally just like made them inaccessible, or like if the phones were still around, like they ripped out the phones but still kept the booths outside and stuff. I don't remember like when they stopped being like used or was a thing and stuff like that. It kind of makes me wonder because funnily enough, some people don't have cell phones, and at the same time I don't even think people have home phones anymore that aren't cell phones. I remember when our family made the change a few years ago, so I don't hear like the phone ringing in houses anymore because people don't use those types of phones anymore, right? Which is very interesting. I think I was like 6 months and the jump cut may have been like 2. Wait, let me read that completely. Give me a second. My earliest memory is farting while my diaper's being changed and laughing when mom said to not do that. Then memory jump cuts to trying to ride a dog like a horse. Wow. See, I didn't even, well, I was gonna say I didn't even know you could remember like babyhood, but that's not true because I remember back when I used to go to church a super long time ago when I was a baby. I remember exactly how the church like used to look, because the church went through like renovations obviously over time, but I remember exactly how it used to look when I was a kid. I remember the first home. I think it was the first home. I remember like how the first home looked. I remember one time my dad was changing locks on like a door, and the doors were like wooden doors. So like brown, like if you put your nails to it, it felt like actual like wood as opposed to like painted. It wasn't painted. It was a regular like unpainted wooden door. And I remember my television cut off in my room, and because mom knew how to do sleep timer mode. Bet people don't really know what sleep mode or timer mode is on a television, right? But that was a thing. I remember the television I had. It was a Sanyo television. It was a CRT, large to me, Sanyo television. And mom would put sleep mode on, so then it would cut off, make the sound effect. I'd be like, huh? Right? So I'd get up out of my bed and I'd try to open my door, and I'd push the door would fall on the floor. And I remember the expression my dad had on his face at that time. I don't remember how old I was. I'm pretty sure I was less than 5 though. Legit the only thing I remember from that era. Interesting. Turns out the booths no longer have phones and are reserved for superhero quick changes, right? Yeah. That's what they're for. Yeah. I just got. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, let me read that one too. Let me see. Oh yeah, I remember my first video game I ever played was Pokemon Yellow. The first game I ever played was either Dr. Mario or Mario 1 or Mario 3. I think it was Mario 3. I think. That's why it's my favorite, I think. As a kid, I basically dreamed the plot of Jurassic Park without even seeing the movie. That's very funny. In Germany, some places we still have working telephone booths. Oh, so I wonder if people still use it, but maybe for emergencies, perhaps. I just got the perfect comfy laying position. I will not give this up for anything in the world. Let's go, right? Another memory is picking up a rock, and that weight and how it feels always stuck with me for some reason. I've been chasing that feeling for literal ages. The closest thing is cupping my hand out the window while on the highway. Oh, okay. I think I see what you mean. Yeah. Shoot, I remember in the other home I was in later, because my parents traveled a lot due to my dad being in the military at the time. So we traveled to and fro and stuff. So what happened, not what happened. I remember the second house, we had stairs. So we had like another floor, because the house I'm in right now, we don't have stairs. Ah! Oh, hey, you already threw stuff at me. Why you do this? How dare you? It's stupid. But like, I remember how the stairs looked, where the kitchen was. The second house was where I was there when I remember Cartoon Network, before Cartoon Network becoming Cartoon Network. Can I interest you in a tungsten cube? That's funny. Also, it's late and I got stuff to do tomorrow. Have a great stream. I'll probably catch another stream soon. Okay, thanks for stopping by. Let me see if I can. I'll call you. I guess I'll call you Bug Guy, because it's quicker to say. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and thanks for the sub as well. Stupid. Well, I learned apparently that there aren't a lot of words, or any words at all in Spanish, that actually start with S or something like that, which is why stupid is like estúpido. But for some reason Spain was always España, so I guess there aren't really any. I don't know. But then again, how do you say Salvador? Would you say El Salvador? Or would you just say Salvador? I don't know. It's interesting to me. I love learning language, so it's really fun to me. But yeah, I remember not Cartoon Network becoming Cartoon Network at a moment in time. I remember sitting in the den, or the living room. I think it was the den. And I remember my dad like walking down the steps, and we learned that. I don't remember what the number was, the channel number was, but I remember that. How do you spell that word? S? Writes ES? Yeah, basically. Basically, yeah. So yeah, I remember a lot. Apparently I went to Six Flags once as a kid, but I don't remember that, so that's weird. I remember going to a circus once as a kid. Don't really remember much about it. I used to go to, as a child, I used to go to relatives' basketball games, I think. But I would fall asleep because they were happening at night and I was a kid. So sometimes baseball games. Never football games, because with football games, or I guess, you know, hand egg, that was when I was in like school and I was in marching band. So, and it was the only thing I liked about hand egg games, really, because I didn't get, oh, I'm gonna lose this one because I'm not paying attention. Okay. But I used to do marching band at that time. And at one point, my final year, my 12th grade year, I became a drum major. So I was like directing the band. And it was kind of scary, but it was a fun experience. I really enjoyed it. And the rest is history, because later I ended up joining the military because my band director at the time was actually the commander of a band. Obviously I can't disclose any info, but like, he basically helped me sign up for it. And I had never ever wanted to join the military ever, even though my dad had joined it and his brothers and whatnot also had joined. But like, I never showed interest in joining the military because my mindset was go into war, shoot, shoot, bang, and people are going to end up getting killed and stuff. And I didn't like that. So I didn't even know you could like join the military, and lo and behold, there are jobs there. If anything, it's more job security than anything. And of course, you know, obviously if you're in the military and you have to keep moving and stuff, they're obviously paying for like the home and all that type of stuff. I don't remember what you yourself actually pay for in terms of like utilities or bills and stuff, but at any rate, different topic. But where did I start with this? Spanish. Oh yeah, the Six Flags and stuff. Oh yeah, the memories, right? So, oh yeah, football, hand egg. So yeah, the military, that's what it was, music and military. So I joined the military because of music, basically. I'm gonna lose. And I said it before, but I had been playing like flute / piccolo for like over 13 years. And I knew how to read music. I think that's like a lost art, because music is language. So like, a lot of times if you ask someone, can you play piano? Can you play guitar? Usually they will say yes. But then if you say, can you read music? They will say, not really, but I can read tabs. I don't really know how tabs work for piano, but apparently it was a very common thing for guitar. I can't play string instruments. I'm really bad at them. I've never learned the basics of string instruments at all, whatsoever. So that's my debuff, I guess. Everyone knew how to play like guitar and skateboard and stuff. And yes, these are connected to me because in the era, that was something that was happening. A lot of people were skateboarding and playing guitar. Because apparently that's a, I don't know if it's like a regional thing. I think it's like an era thing. Oh, I should not have done that. I'm gonna lose now. I was actually ahead, and then I picked the wrong cookies at the wrong time. Well, shoganai. Give me that. Try to clutch that. Oh no! But yeah, people were skateboarding while playing guitars. And well, okay, I wouldn't put it past people, but that was when like Tony Hawk was legit a thing for like a long period of time. People had a lot of like skateboarding games, snowboarding games. I just never got into them. But then again, I didn't get into any sports games like really at all. I may have attempted some basketball games and maybe hand egg once or twice on computer, or not computer, but PlayStation. But I didn't own them, so a lot of my friends did. What else? But yeah, I played a little bit of flute. Well, a lot of flute. A little bit of saxophone. I couldn't do brass very well. I tried. I still have like a mouthpiece. I think it's for like it's either trumpet or baritone. I don't remember. but I have it somewhere. But yeah, I tried saxophone a little bit. I couldn't really do clarinet, interestingly enough. Never tried oboe or bassoon. I have a lot of music knowledge. I don't have perfect pitch. I have relative pitch. But I haven't delved into the music stuff in a long time other than doing FL Studio stuff. So I kind of know it sounds good or doesn't sound good, but at the same time, you know, I can't play piano. I can, sure I could read the music. I could tell like what it is, but I can't like play piano and read music. I'm bad at that. So that's a thing. And it's funny because I remember learning, oh man, I remember learning a long time ago that it was very common, at least on television, that when they wanted their children to grow up, they wanted them to play piano or violin. Made them very studious and bright. And of course, you know, carry a book on your head or something for posture. But, you know, these are lost arts. These are things that don't happen anymore, right? This is only like television memories now. People don't do that sort of stuff anymore. Or like ballet and stuff. I don't know if people still do ballet. But, you know, or gymnastics in general, I guess. But it's just very funny looking back on the past and seeing some things, seeing a lot of things that were basically like phased out, I guess. Like beauty pageants were a thing. Obviously it was kind of weird, but that was a thing. And you see a lot of movies and stuff based on how it puts a lot of stress on the kids and stuff because the parents are trying to live their life through their kids and stuff. So obviously it was kind of weird, but it was a very common thing at the time and stuff like that. But yeah, I did have some friends that would like skateboard and stuff, but I never really got into it. I remember getting on a skateboard once, riding down on pavement and then flipping over or flipping off or falling off, and I said nope, it's not for me. I used to try roller skating, rollerblading, and I couldn't get the hang of that either when I was a kid. I remember the times too, back when you would ride, like as a kid, you would ride a bike. I'm doing so poorly. I would ride a bike and you would put on everything. The helmet, the knee pads, elbow pads, everything. Just like with skateboarding. At least I did. My parents were very like, you know, wanted me to be very safe and stuff. Because I hated getting scuffed knees. That was the thing that was very annoying. Like scuffing your knees so many times, falling off like a bike or with like roller skating or skateboarding, and just scuffing your knees all the time. I never broke any bones though. I've sprained like my leg once, I think, but I've never broken any bones. I was outdoors a lot as a kid, but I still loved video games too. So, but when cousins and people were over, or when I was over like at grandparents' houses and stuff like that, where we would all gather, we'd run around outside and stuff, or just chill in the den or the living room or whatever you call it. I know there are distinct differences, but sometimes houses had both. We had what was called like a big den, a little den, a blue room, a yellow room, based on like the color of the paint color of the rooms and stuff at grandparents' house and stuff like that. Very visual. Like I remember a lot of stuff. But like I used to love hanging out with like cousins and stuff. Even if our interests were all different, it was still very fun to hang out with everybody. And that's definitely something that I don't do anymore. Obviously we're all adults now, so we're all doing our own thing. But I'm lucky enough, I'm fortunate enough to, interestingly enough, make some friends on the internet as well. And be able to like bond over stuff. It's nice. I know it kind of feels like replacing old memories, even though it really isn't, because you're making new ones too. And I don't think there's anything wrong with making new memories. because, you know, as you grow up, life goes on, and you should stay, you know, on the most positive side as you possibly can, despite what's happening around you. And that's what I'm here for, to ensure you that positive things can occur despite whatever is going on. Yes, we get angry about things, we get sad about things, but we can be happy too, you know. And I think that's fun. We can laugh. There's a time and place for everything, you know. Sometimes we do a little trolling, a little tomfoolery, but at other times we you know, we do our best. This is not fair. Change. This is unfair. I wanted that so bad. It just stayed X on my end. Come on, man. You're cheating. You're cheating now. Just now. Okay, 5. Need the green ones. I had that too. But I didn't have like a crazy life or anything like that. I can say I always grew up in like mixed neighborhoods and stuff. I'd say that I was kind of fortunate, but no one's rich or anything like that. Richer. There have been times where I've eaten cereal with like water because we didn't have milk. But I mean, that's happened like once or twice. Because like dad was, you know, militaryman. He was like doing the work, like going to work every day in the morning and stuff. Mom was stay-at-home mom. And the cool thing is that mom always took care of us. She never, interestingly enough, she never like gave us to like a babysitter. She may have had some friends. Like whenever my parents like needed to go somewhere for like the day, she would leave us to like some friends, like a friend or two, or even like my grandparents. But she never really left us with with any like babysitters or anything like that, interestingly enough. Hello, Saturn Sonic fan. What can I see? How are we doing today? How are you? So it was very interesting. So when I end up hearing about like from other people's families and stuff about like the things that go on and whatnot, I do get a little sad sometimes because I'm like, did I get lucky? Or are things just kind of weird? Like what's going on? Stuff like that. Yeah, Nintendo Puzzle Collection. I do it every Sunday now. It's really fun. I'm delving into Yoshi's Cookie now because I'm not good at it, but it's actually not as... It's not as bad as I thought it was. Well, it was never bad, but I just never like spent time on it. I do like the visuals though. I wish I had some cookies right now, actually. I'd love to go for oatmeal raisin, peanut butter, chocolate chip. Some cookies I don't like, but I'm not one of those people who dislikes oatmeal raisin. And it's kind of hard to mess up oatmeal raisin. You can mess up chocolate chip, but oatmeal raisin almost always looks the same. It's like the recipe is the same every time, almost. Peanut butter almost the same as well, but chocolate is always different. But yeah, like, I guess I was a little lucky. Did I have my fallings out when I was a kid? Like with parents and stuff? Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's not a phase, mom, or you know, you never let me do anything fun, or why is it that my cousins can do this but I can't, and they're younger than I am type of situation, right? So like, things I didn't understand. And of course I had, you know, the restrictions, the punishments, you know, get your television taken for like a week or a month. You're not doing well in school, therefore you're not playing any video games. You can only play video games on the weekend. It wasn't after you finish your homework, it was on the weekend. So that was the thing. I wasn't the most studious though. I never failed grades or anything. Like I never like had to be kept back or anything like that in school. But I think I came kind of close in high school just because I was kind of through. with it. You know, high school was like aggravating, but I wasn't like the smartest kid in school or anything like that. There was something called gifted, I think, which meant that you were like accelerated compared to like the normal kids. I wasn't in that. I think I had a chance to be at one point, and mom said nah because it'll be more pressure on you. And I was like, I don't get it. And then when I grew up, I was like, now I get it. So, you know, I'm kind of glad I wasn't in those classes, or I guess what people would call advanced classes now. Kind of glad I wasn't. When I tried to go to college, I was good at algebra, but like they were like, we're gonna put you in pre-calculus, and I was like, okay, I'm good at math, sure, I'll try it. I don't think I've ever flunked a class so bad in my life. And it didn't help that the teachers weren't really teachers, they were instructors. And if you needed help with your work, you needed to basically schedule tutoring after class within the week. I didn't understand pre-calculus at all, so I was very confused. So that's why I always say that I love math. My favorite is algebra. I like algebra. And even though geometry is easier than algebra, I was better at algebra than I was at geometry. I didn't really understand angles. Hi, very confused. Hi, Rick Daniel. How's the weather? Whether you like it or not, it will always be there. So yeah. I am just really glad that I get a chance to be able to talk to you guys and stuff like that. I'll be able to like interact with you guys and stuff and give you like my input on things. And because I was talking with a friend earlier today, actually. I don't know how things are for a lot of people. Well, I mean, yeah, okay, things are weird right now, obviously. But what I mean by this is, as you grow up, you make more friends, right? Know you, right? But as someone said in my chat before, the people older than you never increase. So, as years go by, people who are younger than you, you know, obviously are going to exist. And then you end up becoming the wise wizard, telling everybody about how payphones used to exist, and how VCRs used to exist, and how 8-tracks used to exist, and beepers, and fat monitors, and CRTs, and stuff like that, right? I'm getting slaughtered, by the way. But I don't know. I'm just really happy to be able to actually interact with people and make friends. I don't think I necessarily had a hard time making friends. I obviously used to get picked on in school because I was the nerd, or at least I dressed like one. A stereotypical nerd, I guess. And of course I got bullied, so that was the thing, a lot. But parents always told me, hey, don't get into any fights. Tell the teacher, tell the principal. Did it always work? No. Did it keep me out of trouble? For the most part. Am I happy about it? Sure. Could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. We do all go through stress and stuff though. I remember when I was going through military training, it was a huge culture shock for me. So I was very stressed out. I was basically the one that kind of looked like a fool and did foolish things without really realizing it. I was very oblivious to a lot of things when it came to military training. And it was not fun. But there was one thing I used to always tell people. If I could get through it, anyone could. At least that's what I thought. I wasn't the strongest. I wasn't the fastest. I wasn't the smartest. But I did get through it. Somehow. through sheer will at the end, I think, at least, in the first half of it, because the first half of it is the hardest part. Breaking you down, basically, from individuality to unity. Thinking about the team. Not overdoing it. Doing as you're told. Not more, not less, right? Always, like, you know, if they say jump, it's not even really how high, it's more just do it. You don't ask how high, you just do it, right? So, you know. And I didn't go through anything called, I guess it's called like ROTC, which is something that was done in school, or junior ROTC. I didn't go through any of that stuff because, once again, I didn't expect to go into the military at all. At all. But here we are. I'm happy I went through the experience. In fact, the experience got me over the fear of heights, because I did used to have a fear of heights. And then we did this thing where you would rappel off of, I don't really want to call it a building, but I guess it was a building. But you would rappel off the thing. You would be like in this, what is it called? Like a little, it's not a satchel. I don't know what it's called, but like you get in this little thing or whatever so that you can rappel. And but also you would have to like go across a rope or whatever, and then at one point you're like at the top of a thing and you have to like jump off of a building. Well, I know what it sounds like. You're probably thinking, oh, you know, jump off the Empire State Building or something high like that. No, it wasn't like that, but you were jumping off of something high. But the thing is, there was a mat below you to like, you know, catch your fall and stuff. They don't want to hurt you. They don't actually want to hurt you. The whole point is to train you, get you prepared for stuff. So they don't want to just hurt like the people, because you're the soldier. You're going to be, you know, doing the stuff. So obviously they don't want to injure you and stuff. Jump out the entire, yeah, I was gonna say entire state building. Yeah, it's Empire. Yeah, I was gonna say entire. You were correct. But after doing that jump or that fall, I no longer had a fear of heights. So I don't fear heights. I fear hitting my head on a rock if I fall down, right? I fear being bludgeoned. I fear drowning because I don't know how to swim. I don't really necessarily fear the deep, deep ocean per se. I can understand the fear. There are many scary things in the ocean. Absolutely. However, yeah, fear of sudden stops, exactly, right? Or what have you. Breaking your back, hurting your bones, you know, hitting your head, that type of stuff, right? I'm not saying I fear pain, but I don't, you know, obviously that's strong pain that could like paralyze you for life and all that type of stuff, or hurt your brain and all that type of stuff. So I feared that. But, you know, I'd say I have a pretty decently stable mind in that regard though. So I'm okay on that front. That's why I feel like I had to learn a little bit later about, or a little more about empathy, because I knew a lot about empathy and sympathy and all that type of stuff. But I became desensitized at some point. Because for me, it's like, oh, something's happening. Okay, well, I have to deal with this somehow, right? But for others, obviously, you don't want to say something like, you know, you'll be fine. I dealt with it, so you can too. That's not how that goes, right? Because people are different. Also, ad break. So give me one second. I'm going to be right back. Get some food. Get something to drink. And I will be back momentarily. So give me a few seconds, or give me like 3 or so minutes. I will be right back. I am back. All right. What was I talking about before? Because I don't remember. Obviously. Because it's been 3 minutes, so obviously I'm not going to remember what happened, right? That's called streamer brain, guys. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Oh yeah, fears and stuff. Oh, I think I talked about this before as well. I've said this before. I think we used to have so many distractions in school and stuff, or like enough that would keep our attention span to where we didn't feel like everyone was being diagnosed with like ADHD and stuff. So I thought it was very interesting to learn later like how much people actually had it. I got really close. I never got my notification. Hello Divs, welcome. I see you. How you doing today? How are you? Well, I mean, that's another reason why I posted it in the Discord as well under announcements and whatnot. Remember guys, you gotta hit that bell if you want to know when I go live as well. Pretty good? I'm glad. But dang, now I don't remember what I was going to say. Oh yeah, ADHD, duh. That's what we were talking about, Lamel. Cause you would go through school, you have your classes, you have lunchtime. You know, this is how it went for me. Or at least in, I want to say middle school. You know, get ready for school, wake up. This is how my routine went. Wake up early, slowly go to the bathroom to get ready. Sometimes I'd feel like I didn't get enough sleep, so I would like get down on the floor. I didn't do the dinosaur, but I got down on the floor. I would turn like the fan on in the bathroom, you know, the loud exhaust fan, I guess it's called. I don't know what it's called, but that fan. And I would just get like down on the floor and like close my eyes for a little bit, you know, a whole like just 5 more minutes and, you know, almost be late for school or something. Did you at least open the door? I had to open the door to get in, but yeah, I'm not doing very well, huh? It's okay. I'm telling stories. I don't really care. You know, finish that up. I'd grab my book bag and all my stuff that I needed. Get on the bus. Cause I wasn't like a car rider. I was a bus rider. Cause my mom was like, "What's the sense in being a car rider when the bus actually, you know, comes by our house and stuff?" So, go to school and hang out like wherever we hang out at until school starts or until the first class starts. I know homeroom was a thing. I know it was a thing in high school. I don't know if it was in middle school though. I don't remember. But you know, go to the classes. I think in middle school I had 7 classes. I think. Yeah, I had 7 classes, which means they were all like 45 minutes each. So you're probably thinking, how in the heck would you be able to keep up with 7 classes as a kid? And funnily enough, we didn't think much about it because it was a thing. It was just a thing. We just did it, right? Like you had, you know, physical education, PE, you had like art, you had your core stuff like language, math, history, a bunch of classes that you just didn't think about because you just did it. 7 classes in, no, not high school, middle school. We actually didn't have, well, we had 8 classes in high school, but they were split into like blocks. So we had like 4 classes a day. We had like an A and a B, basically. So 4 classes one day, different 4 classes another. But in middle school, we just had straight 7 classes, each day. So And lunch, of course, which I'll only assume was 30 minutes. I don't really know. I don't remember, rather. Middle school? I think I technically had 7 time slots, but some classes took 2 slots instead. Oh, really? Yeah, apparently 7 was the norm in middle school, but I don't think we had a double slot one that I can think of. Let's see. But we just did that, and I didn't have like a focus issue at all. If I did get bored in class, however, I would just doodle on the paper, and that was really it. I guess sometimes I got restless, but I never really had an issue where it's like, I gotta get out of this desk. I gotta, you know, it was never like that for me. So I never had that sort of issue or anything like that. So, but I guess I was studious for the most part. Since I learned early on that, you know, you pay attention to the teacher and you take notes and stuff, I was pretty much good. Sometimes I would go over my notes and I would pass a test. Sometimes I wouldn't go over my notes and I would pass a test. But I would always take notes, even if it didn't help, because in the end, it really did help. For me, anyway. Granted, I'm not saying that I'm doing very poorly. I said some dumb things in middle school. I had the school worried for me, but other than refusing to do homework, I was a good kid. See, that was the thing. For me, stank fan. Got the bell. Oh, fair enough. I never. What be the significance of superb chat? Thank you, Dibs, for the $2. I appreciate it. You didn't have to do it, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Basically, super chats are like, if you want to show the streamer some support and stuff. I usually tell people to go to my Ko-fi instead, just because it comes to me directly. And YouTube does this weird thing where you don't really get money unless you've hit like 100 or something like that. But other than that, I mean, it's there. It's a convenience thing for many if they decide to like support, if they want to shower, if they're streamer with money and stuff like that. I think that's the common way of doing it for most like big streamers and stuff. And whatnot. I think YouTube takes like 30%. Why? Guzma. Hello, what can I see you? Hope you're doing well today. How are you? Mr. Zelos. Did I spell that wrong? I sure did. Shout out. I saw you just got battered with stuffs. Yeah, it's Twitch. It's a Twitch redeem. I really hope YouTube has something like that at some point. I know they're like slowly trying to get the streaming thing to work, but YouTube was always video first, video archive first, and stream later. Twitch was always stream. Go follow Guzman. Go follow the shark. I'm sorry, the shark fox. My bad. The monokit, as he says. But yeah, I didn't think anything of it in school. But the funny thing is, I remember my mom telling me that one of my closer cousins, younger cousins, apparently, hello Lappin, what can I see? What are we doing today? How are you? Apparently he has Asperger's, but like my mom said that we act alike. So if I have it too, then I guess I have it too. I don't know. I don't care. However, apparently he had a hard time with paying attention in school. I didn't have a hard time paying attention in school. I just wasn't the best student. I wasn't the smartest. But I did study. Because my good subjects were math and language arts. Literature was a different story because, I mean, you know, because in elementary school, I was great with language arts, but bad with reading comprehension. Could I read? Yes. Did I comprehend? Not really. I used to read really fast. And then they would say, all right, what did you read about? And I would say, I don't know. I used to love reading though. We used to take these little tests on the computer. Back in the day, you would read a book and you would take the test on the computer. And then you would score on it and then you would return it and then you would get another book. And that system was actually what made me want to read more. I liked getting a new book, reading it, and then taking the test on it, I think. Despite my reading comprehension being poor, I still enjoyed doing it though. It's a core memory of mine. Lap in your sleep? You get some sleep then. Isn't it like... What time is it? 10 p.m. for you, I think? PD the piranha plant has been built. What do you mean? You have PD the piranha plant? What do you mean by this? What is this sorcery? Ah! So yeah, I don't know. My focus was a little different in school. Now, when I was drawing, it always took me over a day to finish a drawing because I was slow at drawing. No, it wasn't the best stuff because I was a kid. And like I said, my anatomy was bad, but I would always spend over 7 or 8 hours trying to draw because it had to be perfect, even though it was not perfect at all, right? I'm just now realizing you're fighting Bowser with cookies. Hello, Bob. What can I see? I'm doing well today. How are you? Yeah, it's Yoshi's cookie. And I'm doing really bad at it as well, including my speech right now. But let's see. I'm not doing very well. But like I said, I'm okay with not doing well because I'm telling more stories today as well. Taking a trip down memory lane. And talking about a bunch of stuff that I dealt with or used to do and stuff like that. Check DMs. Okay, I will check DMs. Let us see here. Oh, the speaker thing? Camera thing? I remember this, I think. That was good. Huh. Interesting. 面白いね. I am so sleepy I could steal a pillow. Loppin, go to bed. Get rest. The VOD will always be here. Lego. Oh, Lego. That's not PD. That's just piranha plant. Pretty sure. This isn't a beach, it's a bathtub, you know? Anyway. But yeah. What else? Yeah, so then we transitioned over to high school, and we had 4 classes each, and we were like, ah, yes, less classes. But they were like, instead of being like 40 minutes each, obviously they were like an hour and 30 each. So the classes were longer. They were 90-minute classes. So that was the thing. Man, I am not doing good. I ran out of time. You're gonna name him PD? How dare you? No, plus I have to fill out some important papers on the side. Well, fill out the papers and then go to bed. Why would you wait until sleepy time to fill out papers? What are you doing? Manage time wisely, or it will manage you. You know? But yeah, that was the thing. I don't feel like high school prepared us for college at all. I feel for those who actually did have a better time with that, where like school was actually decent enough to where they could go to college just fine, and it was a fantastic transition. But for me, nah, high school did not prepare us for college at all. They encouraged us to go to a four-year university as opposed to a 2-year college. However, they didn't prepare us well for college or university. Apparently there is a distinct difference, but we use it interchangeably over here. Much like theater and cinema. But like, you know, what can you do, right? Regional differences and whatnot. And knowing the difference is, I guess, half the battle. Because I just gotten my hands on them, my neighbor accidentally took it and assuming it was for them and brought it late. Oh, I get it. Because the mail was delivered to the wrong house. Or wrong mailbox or postal or whatever. Man, wish a US release happened. I do too. I do too. That's why I want them to put this on NSO. But they're not gonna listen to some plant fox on the interwebs. So I'll just keep playing it. What are they gonna do? Rip me out of my house? They can't. It's not legal, you know. I'm one of the few people who can enjoy this game and show it to you guys as a streamer. That's the fun thing about being a streamer as well. If you like playing video games and you want to show people either your childhood or games that you never got a chance to play before that are old, you can do that. And some people will go, I didn't even know this game existed. Or it's like, wait, what do you mean Starfy had 5 games? That's how I found out. I was like, oh hey, a Starfy game. I bought this at a Sears or something. And then I looked online and I was like, what do you mean there were 5 Starfy games? And this is the 5th one. So I was really happy when they brought like Starfy 1, 2, and 3 on NSO. Yes, it's in Japanese, but I mean, honestly, it's a Japanese game. Like, it's just straight up Japanese anyway. But here we are, right? It was kind of ironic that Earthbound 1 didn't really release at the time that it did. I don't think it was because of localization issues, because it was fully done. It's just that it would have come late to the party, because Super Nintendo, I think, was already out. Or something like that. Let me read Bob's message right quick. I suppose my high school technically could have prepared everyone for college if everyone was good enough to get in the honors classes. That's what it was. So there were honors classes and there were AP classes and stuff like that. Yeah. I didn't get into any of those. So I was like just an average student. Not mad, just a little annoyed because I got these papers 2 days late. Yeah. I remember learning about Earthbound Zero in an old Game Informer article. I remember learning about Earthbound Zero when I started delving into emulation. I was in high school at the time. I think it was 2010 or so. So I was in 12th grade, I think. That's when wait. Yeah, that's when it was. And so that's when I started delving into that stuff. Do you think Nintendo would call Mother 3 Earthbound 2 in America? I feel like if they don't want to retcon, they should. Or call it Earthbound Ends, since they called the first one Earthbound Beginnings. However, in Earthbound, it says stay tuned for Earthbound 2. So if they want to like follow suit with that, they could do that. But I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna just keep it Mother 3 if it ever actually hits the States ever. Or internationally rather. Dibs. Let me read when Game Informer talked about it. Yeah. Let's see. It's always been a controversial topic. Bring back Mother 3. It was Release Mother 3 or Free Melee. Those were the loud things that were said a lot for some reason. And I'm over here like, huh, this is interesting. Why are people doing that? But I think it had more to do with people wanting to host tournaments and stuff. Google search says Game Informer issue 14, which came out in October 2002, issue 114. Issue 114. What snack do you like the most? Yeah, Robot Chicken even did a skit. Yeah, I remember that skit. Yeah, I do remember that one with Reggie, right? Favorites, what snack do I like the most? Well, fruit snacks, of course, because I love gummies. I'm trying to think what my gummy snack would be. Hard to think about, or hard for me to think about it, because that is my main thing. I love fruit snacks, or gummies in general. But yeah, I think people have to also realize that one of the reasons why games don't get localized or get released is because of copyright stuff. People forget that the Earthbound series is riddled with music and licensing issues. Why would Mother 3 be any different? Because Mother 2 had to go through a lot of revisions and and changes and stuff. You can even compare the Japanese version versus the Japanese version versus the international version and see the differences from names to sprites as well. Which regional differences are always fun to look at. It makes you wonder why. And then you also have to remember with certain games, the reasoning is also for what would the consumer like? Which is why if you look at a lot of infomercials, you compare infomercials to like the Japanese counterpart to like maybe one from Germany or one from like the States or something like that, you'll notice how different they truly are to try to capture the consumer. Dang. A bat has an idea. What is the idea that the bat has? I'm probably gonna switch to a different game after this one. Just because with me talking like this, I'm not gonna get too far on the final one, you know? Not that that's what, I mean, gameplay is not what you guys are here for, obviously. You're here to hear my most wonderful voice that clearly I have, or something like that. And my stories that I somehow have a lot of today. But what else? But yeah, licensing issues, rights and stuff. Like, I think that's why, I mean, think about it like this. Think about Smash Brothers and think about Sora. There's a reason why Sora was added last. And there's a reason why you don't see Disney characters as references other than like the keychain bit that looks like, you know, Michael Moose. So yeah. But this is another reason why I'm just like, hey guys, you know, there is more to just learning a language. You can learn the language to play your favorite game, or read your favorite manga, or watch your favorite show. If you go the extra mile, it will actually help you in a bit. You might even learn a thing or two as you're learning a thing or two, right? Why was this change made? Because of regions. You do have a nice voice. You have a nice voice. Estupid. I appreciate it though. I really do. Twice in a row? Come on, that's not fair. What do you mean -7? Anyway, lull us to sleep. I mean, I am very boring, so I do understand that. But, you know, the Mario Overworld theme is officially called Running About. It's not called the Athletic theme. It's called Running About. That's kind of funny. I like that though. Running About. About what? Running in the 90s, of course. Once Bowser wins all 3, I'm going to switch to a different game. Wow, 3 in a row? Yeah, I'm dead. Read us an instruction manual? I mean, that's tempting. Maybe I'll do a video about that. I'll post a video of me reading an instruction manual, and then it will get 5 views. No, I take that back. It won't get 5 views. It will get 20 views and 10 likes, and no one will subscribe to that. That's what will happen. You don't have to find a manual. I have plenty. Oh, that's something I can talk about too. That's a good one, actually. That's the cool thing about having these physical copies, even though you can obviously read a manual online as well. But getting games, you didn't necessarily need to get like a player's guide for stuff, but games had little booklets, instruction booklets inside the cases or the boxes. And I kept a lot of those. I have a container full of those. When I'm trying to think, what was it? I think when Brawl was coming out but didn't come out yet and was being delayed, I used to read the Smash Melee manual a lot. That's where I learned what the moves were called, because it didn't really say so in game. So we'll talk about like the specials and what they were called and stuff like that, and I thought that was really cool. I should look at my Brawl one, if I still have it. I don't know if I still have it. I remember when Smash Dojo was doing a thing with the Brawl stuff, releasing the characters and the information on them. I thought that was very cool. I enjoyed that sort of thing back in the day. But yeah, I have plenty of manuals and stuff. Or instruction booklets. Enclosed instruction booklet. So it's nice to keep old media. It's like a gold mine for streamers, really and truly though. Having old stuff to just show people or like read about. And of course, like I said before, we could just look it up online. It does exist. But just remember that when it comes to games, there are some games that you can only really get the full experience from physically. And no, it's not our fault that games end up costing more than a current system. People are selling the games for this amount. I'm sure there's something that they're basing it off of. In fact, Bob is here. I should ask Bob. Bob, why do a lot of older games sell for certain amounts that they do? Why is it that Pokemon games, especially in English, physical copies cost so much? Why is it that certain N64 games cost more than others and stuff like that? Physical cards and whatnot. What, like, because they're all games, but obviously no game is created equal, right? But some games cost more. Basically a mix of, because I know there's rarity as well, I'm not gonna lie. Because I didn't know Dr. Mario and Tetris was a thing. It's apparently a Super Nintendo game that was released everywhere except for Japan. So I thought that was interesting. I bought that, by the way. They're expensive. I found one that was very cheap, so I was very happy to find that. But that one is expensive because of apparently how rare that is, weirdly enough. Interest in the brand and how many copies were printed. Okay, yeah. Oh, I won that one. Huh. Some examples in different corners consist of. Because I was watching an auction today. Different games popping up. Every Pokemon game started out at 100. Some games were like $10, $20, you know. Obviously it's an auction, so people were betting on it, going up higher and higher, or bidding, not betting, bidding, going higher and higher and stuff like that. Puzzle League, I think, ended at like 30 something, 40 something dollars. Pokemon Puzzle League for N64. All right, and of course the condition of the games can fluctuate. Yeah, the condition too. I understand the condition. Yeah, the boxes and whatnot as well. Okay, I got a take, which is a mild hot take depending on how you stand on it in the retro scene. I think repro cards have a place as long as they're properly labeled. Yes, they do have a place. I'm glad you mentioned that as well. I'm consuming food. I should consume food as well. Hold on. The key thing is properly labeled though. I actually mentioned something like this in my Discord lap, and funnily enough. You can't really tell the difference between a fake Game Boy Advance cart and a real one. And you could say, well, yeah, you know, if you know what the label actually looks like, you'll know if it's fake or not. However, it's not even about the label. It's literally about opening the Game Boy Advance cart and seeing what the inside looks like. I took a look at one of my old like official games, like Mario Advance. I opened it and I saw how basic it looked. I'm like, okay, so this is what an official cart would look like. I opened up one of my repro carts and I noticed that there's like a black glob in the middle that covers like a battery or something, and that's how I know it's a repro cart. Which I would be okay with repro carts as long as the games function the way that official would. But with certain games, it doesn't, right? It's like save things don't happen properly. I've been thinking about getting a new shell for my copy of Pokemon Gold GB. But not many people recreate the goldish cartridge. Gold GB. So, interestingly enough, what does the gold... Well, I should know. Actually, my cousin had gold. I think gold and silver are very interesting. Because... Let me look down at my cards. With Japanese, the cartridges are different. What they do is, for gold, they have blue on the front and silver on the back. And for silver, they have gray on the front or silver on the front and blue on the back. Or like opposites for the carts. Obviously in English, it's full silver or full gold. I wonder why they did that though. But yeah, not very many people recreate the goldish cartridge. I've seen a lot of like the ruby ones, the sapphire ones, the green ones. Some people will do that for like just for carts in general. Because when you think about it, it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's just the casing. As long as it works, right? But that's if it works properly and not like in one of those, oh, it's like 25 games in one bootleg type situations where the save doesn't always work if it's a bigger game. Or playing one game will erase the save of a different one and stuff like that. That's why you have to be careful of even the ones that look official. It also depends on what type of repro. Certain repros just replace the board and repopulate it with the authentic chips. I think it is also important that they should have a noticeable difference so you know it's not an authentic copy. Yeah. Because depending on the game, I don't care if it's a repro card. But if I know that the game is supposed to have a certain functionality and it doesn't, then I might as well emulate it. But obviously I don't want to do that as much as I possibly can, right? All right, let me change categories on Twitch. I do panel to pawn. Oh, I just realized, hold on. I still think this music feels like it's straight out of Paper Mario 64. But once again, it is intelligent systems, so. Okay, category. Okay. That's saved. Emulation is for me a last ditch effort because certain games are just too hard to track down or overly expensive. Of course. Of course. That is the big thing about it. And sometimes it just doesn't. Sometimes there are like graphical errors and stuff. That's why N64 is like a hard system to emulate for the most part. I know it's gotten better over the years, but if there are like improvements upon the games, then that's great. I know recently there's been this PC version of Mario Kart 64 for some reason. I haven't been delving much into it, but I have been seeing the videos. So I do remember people doing GoldenEye mouse and keyboard as well. So it looks like a lot of people are trying to like make N64 more of like a PC oriented thing now. Not entirely sure why, but I can't really fault them for it, right? Wait, no. Okay. 4, 5. Six. But that's where flashcards or homebrew modded consoles as well, because it is the legacy hardware and doesn't have the same issues with which emulation suffers from. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. I recommend getting the systems for things. Because usually it's going to play the stuff natively for the most part. Usually. It's why I play the stuff on these systems instead of like on my computer or something like that. But yeah, all these games are 4-player, so you know, that's why this would be very interesting. Imagine this on online and it like breaking, right? That block. Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, I'm not gonna win, but at least I got this far. Uh-oh. Oh wow, I won. For GameCube modding, I would say it is a pain in the bum sometimes because of how the console works, and most mods require you to disable the optic drive. Really? I wonder why. I've never tried to mod GameCube. Peekaboo user here. Hi there, Peekaboo user here. My optical drive works just fine when I want to use it. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Peekaboo and like Carby and all that type of stuff too. I've never modded my GameCube. I really should look into getting the thing that you can put on the back of the original ones. Since I have it, I don't really need to, since I'm able to still stream like my retro stuff with the adapter that I have. But I wonder how much better it looks, right? Just waiting for the M2 loader to finally come out. See, that's the thing too, guys. Isn't that very interesting how people are developing these things for these older systems? It's 2025. The GameCube came out like 2001. So 24 years after development, people are making like new stuff for the physical thing. So this lets you know as well that people do still want to play on physical hardware, even though they can emulate it, right? It's very interesting to think about. The thing to put on the back of the original ones, yeah, the digital out, yeah, that. Because I don't know if Nintendo ever even developed the actual like cable for that. But I do have that digital out. I've only ever had one GameCube in my life. And I got it at the time of release. Not day one, but I'm pretty sure it was the same year. People making new things for old hardware is nothing new. Have you seen the Dreamcast homebrew community? Well, that's what I'm saying. But I've never owned a Dreamcast before, bum. But no, I don't doubt that. I do know that. It's just that, you know, people do say that it's cheaper to just, you know, emulate and stuff. I ordered myself a while back the Flippy drive, which is a different optical drive emulator which can be wedged between the motherboard and its optic drive. I've never actually taken apart a GameCube either, and I don't think I ever want to. I've seen someone do it before. A friend of mine has two. Because his friend ends up finding old systems and just like hoarding them somewhere. He doesn't even try to sell them. He just has them. They're just there. He could easily make money selling them, but he just has them. Dedicated fans will do anything for their nostalgic hardware, including apparently port GTA 3 to it. If they're gonna treat, you know, every game like it's Doom, then sure. So I can understand. I guess the only downside is that, well, oh wow. People don't really, if people are paying for the thing, they're not, how do I phrase this? I guess at this point in time, the money should go to those who put forth the effort to make mods and stuff, because I mean, they're modding the physical hardware and whatnot. And I feel like people who do fan translations for like games should delve into also selling the cards, since they're the ones doing the fan translations. Because some people are just like, obviously they are selling the physical copies of the games with the translation on it, and obviously that money doesn't go to the people who translate the stuff. But I do like hearing about how people have modded their stuff. Oh, here's a weird one that I learned about not long ago. Apparently people are taking their Game Boy Advance SPs and using them as like a speedometer in their car. I don't know why, but apparently that's a thing. I don't really get it. I guess it's perfect or something. Oh man. Cool thing too is that if you do lose, you can just practice. So there's no real loss here. I could easily do like competitions and stuff at cons with this. I think people would probably prefer the Super Nintendo one, but obviously that's only 2 players though. But this one's 4, so let me read the comments. CD Scratch, hello, what can I see you? Imagine eating food, couldn't be me. Of course you could. Hope you're doing well today. Long time no see. Hisashi buri ni. Well, it's not like the Doom situation. They were going about how early in development GTA 3 was going to be a Dreamcast game, then the PS2 came out. And so years later, some homebrew developers decided to do a port which runs quite impressively for the hardware limitations and lack of second analog stick. Well, yeah. Because even with Nintendo, we didn't get like a second analog stick until GameCube. So I get that. Dreamcast does seem interesting. It's like the one Sega thing that people talk about the most. Apparently it was very short-lived. But I guess it's kind of like the Wii U situation in a way. Or maybe not. Maybe Sega actually did like the Dreamcast. Because Nintendo didn't like the Wii U or didn't like the way it went. But I don't know. I wonder if Sega would ever decide to try making systems again. Or maybe even like a Sega Pocket situation. I know they had the Game Gear a long time ago. But if we can get like the NES Classic, Super Nintendo Classic, and all that type of stuff, then maybe there would be a Sega Classic of some sort as well, right? I don't know if it would be like a Dreamcast Classic, but it could be a thing, yeah? Remember, leave it to the fans to do something that I think a company wouldn't do. The only downside is, well, you could face some like legal issue with that. This game's so beautiful. She's going ham, guys. And luckily for me, I didn't take the brunt of that one. Sega Classics? You missed that train. The Sega Genesis Classic sold pretty well, and then they made 4 volumes of the Game Gear Classic. Well, I figured I'd miss the train, because like I said, I never had any, like, Sega stuff. I should look for more streamers who attempt to stream from like Dreamcast or the Game Gear Classic stuff or whatever, like, because like I said, that's something I didn't grow up with. You know? Honestly, I think a mini with even some of the Sega CD games would be sick. Yeah, see? Okay, so it seems that I do have a lot of young and old in my chat. Because Lopin, I know you're pretty young, but like you seem to like a lot of the older stuff, interestingly enough. I would say, so to the viewers out there For the chatters out there who I can only assume are around my age, how would you convince younger people, like, to consider getting something old that we used to grow up with? I lost this one. Because obviously you can't just force nostalgia upon someone who doesn't have it. But you can still give the experience to someone, because it's not their fault that they didn't exist at the time that things happened, right? But the games do exist. The systems do exist. Did they age well? That's the question. Because some games, some systems aged better than others. Like, how would you go about explaining or convincing younger people about that sort of thing? Especially since everyone's getting really tired of some of the newer stuff. Or how everything looks good and maybe plays well, but feels like they're carbon copies of each other. Or they feel very plasticky. Or it feels soulless even though it looks really good. Stuff like that, you know. Speaking of old games, did you see the video I posted about the Mario Kart 64 decompilation project? I didn't watch it, but I did talk about earlier about how people have put Mario Kart 64 basically on PC. I got that in my recommended a few days ago. I just didn't watch it. I'm currently driving. One sec. Are you driving? Why are you driving? What are you doing? Don't text and drive. What are you doing? That's a hazard, you know? That's a technical file. File? Foul. Technical foul. That's the word. Curse this fast speaking that I do. These sounds are probably like the best for like ADHD. That's something I'm also learning about. Sounds that make people with ADHD really happy. I'm like, huh? Huh? That's a thing. I know some sounds just sound nice, but I didn't know it was specifically for the ADHD brain. I'm learning a lot about the whole neurodivergence stuff. Or as a certain streamer says, neurospicy. Oh, that's a death and a half. If there ever was one. Oh wow, one. Or did I? No, I lost. I'm second. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's more than just an emulation. They compiled it as a proper PC game, and due to how old the code is, it runs very well on modern PC hardware. Nice! For example, it runs in full screen on the Steam Deck at 1.5 times its native resolution at 60 FPS, no problem. Okay, that's pretty good then. So this leads me to believe that they were originally going to try something like that, I guess. But Nintendo never obviously puts things on other systems, so. But didn't Nintendo at some point, and I could be wrong, didn't they have some sort of PC thing? And yes, I know the family computer is a thing. That's not what I mean. But didn't Nintendo make some sort of PC a long time ago? Or am I wrong about that? Nintendo would never do it. Basically, people figured out how to decompile the original game so it can just work on anything else natively. I see. Naruto. I hope it doesn't get taken down. It is, you know, Nintendo's IP after all. And you know what happens when you share it all over the internet? Something bad happens. And it's why we can't have nice things. Just saying. You might as well say, hey guys, I just robbed the bank. You know? I don't know. Maybe I'm just silly and worried about people's well-being and all that, you know? Something, nah, I'd win, and something like that, you know? I'm gonna have to read that a little bit later. Many versions of retro consoles impossible to kids nowadays. Yeah, I want to read that later. The reason why I say I want to read that later is because ads are gonna pop up in about 15 seconds or so. So I want to read that when I come back. Whoops. Wasn't fast enough. Alright. Be right back in a little bit. Hydrate yourself. Unhydrate. You know, undrink, do all that sort of thing. And I will be right back. Ah, the joys of having two monitors and having some windows on others and typing and switching between slides. I apologize for that. How very unprofessional of me. So let me read this. I am back, by the way. To be honest, marketing mini versions of retro consoles is semi-impossible to kids nowadays. They have access to much stronger tech, usually their phones, tablets, etc. So my argument would be these consoles. What's this say? These consoles would make for a great first console type of gift with many built-in games. Thank you. So yeah, that's true. In fact, that reminded me of plug and plays, right? The plug and play era where they were basically trying to bring that stuff back. There were so many of them. But it had they were either games that you played before, like on arcade, or they were just some games that were native to plug and plays in general, right? Yeah, I like how some were like, oh my god, I love the plug and plays, versus oh my god, not the plug and plays. Yeah, they were very random, yeah. We had the SpongeBob one. We had like a Namco one, Namco. I think those were the only two I had. But yeah, it was like it was literally the joystick controller. And it had the AV cables. And you just plugged it into, that's why it was called plug and play. You plugged it into the television and you played. They were definitely random though. I used to watch a streamer who used to do segments on them. I'm pretty sure you guys know, because there's probably only one streamer out there that would do segments on plug and plays. But I used to love watching those. And people would send him like plug and plays to just do like the segment on. They're so weird. The Mrs. Pac-Man one and the Atari one. I think I had the Atari one and the SpongeBob one. The Mrs. Pac-Man one it's pretty good actually. Sorry. I've been talking a lot today. Pretty happy about it though. Let me think. Oh, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. But yeah, you're right about the like people. I keep forgetting. People play the games on their phone. I guess it's okay to do so only because like phones are pretty strong. Like they play games well. I think a lot of younger people actually do play Pokemon on their phone. I guess with me being old, it's something that I couldn't really do. But if that's the only like thing you have, I guess at the time, then that's all you have. Granted, I do have a Mii U that Dread got me, and it plays games just fine. In fact, I could probably trade Pokemon from Emerald to my other Emerald if I really wanted to, or my Fire Red, maybe my physical Fire Red. I don't know that entirely, but I'm pretty sure I could. But like, I've tested some games on it and everything runs natively and I don't get any input lag or anything weird like that, so that's something done right. It's like an emulation station, kind of like when people used to do the Raspberry Pi thing too. I don't know if people still do that. But that was the thing for a bit. But yeah, obviously I'm going to talk about like a lot of video game type stuff because it's, I mean, that's basically what I stream. I stream, you know, video games and stuff. Wow, this is a bad idea. Oh no. No. No! It's fine. But, yeah. I love watching like streamers play retro stuff though. Even if it's games that I've never played before, it makes me happy that people are still interested in older stuff. I just find it very funny how even though a lot of this stuff is old, Japanese stuff on the market even just talking about eBay in general. The games are cheap for the most part. And they function. Some people just take pride in being able to get things working again and just selling them at a decent price. Others are like, this game is rare and it's going to be expensive and you're gonna love it, you're gonna want it. These games will always be over $100. That's how you're gonna get this physically. And I'm like, man, so you're encouraging people to emulate then, huh? Got my GBC from Japan when I stayed for a month. And that's the thing too, because those are region free. Ow! Stop! Stop being so mean and rude. You're misbehaving. Cost me 15 bucks and bought it off a cute ma and pa shop. See, exactly. Ma and pa shops are really nice. Oh yeah, that's training. Oh, that's training. Up. Give me a second. Fixing stuff. Oh, that's rule stuff. Okay. Oh, that's how that works. Okay, now let me go back. Oh. Is that how that works? It's showing my stats. Sorry, I'm taking a look here. Because some things I can read, some things I can't. Apologies. That's really funny. Okay. Game. Match point 2. CPU off. Okay. I want to go back to Japan. See, at least you got a chance to go. I still haven't gone. Bought my copy of Kirby's Tilt and Tumble from a store in Akihabara. Yeah, Akihabara apparently is the best place to go. Okay. I don't remember how to do the thing. There has to be a better way. Give me a second. I'm gonna look something up. Because there is more in store. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's the original. I want to do some financial planning to see what I need to do to afford Japan again. Yeah. And maybe you can stay even longer next time as well. Alright, let me look this up. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's that. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. Yep, there's that, and then that. Yep, line clear, challenges. Okay, yep. Puzzle mode. Yep. Yep. Candy mode. Oh, that's the new leaf thing. I forgot about that. I'll just mess around with menus. Alright, what did you guys say? Whoa, that's a text. But yeah, I think they make for great gifts if you have a kid that never played a proper full-length game before. Many of these pack-in games did age well with their increasing difficulty curve. Some games on many of these mini-version consoles are either puzzle games, side-scrollers, jump-and-runs, and even full-on adventure games. So they do age well because of their gameplay and genre alone. The only parts that didn't age well might be certain mechanics or the controls itself. Right. Also, many of those games defined how these genres are still being developed and planned out today. First I need to figure out what's there to do in Japan in 2026. When is Comic-Con? Oh, I'm a nerd. Oh wait, Comic-Con is either too hot or too cold. Well, I guess you can choose one of them. You might as well choose winter, because everyone chooses winter. Okay. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, so there's endless. What about score attack? Oh, these are stages. So yeah, there's 3D mode, just like in, you know, the other one. I'm sure you guys know about 3D mode from the Pokemon one, yeah? You like breaking your brain with 3D? So yeah, you can tell which game got the most development in terms of like what was released, or you know, attention to detail and stuff like that. And everyone should recognize this song. Finally, 3D in my N64 puzzle game. Exactly, right? The you know, 64-bit is made for 3D. What is that noise? What did that noise mean? It's like jingle jingle, you know, the back rooms. Jingle jingle. I'm loving the background too. It's really funny because I think CPU is really bad at 3D. They didn't program CPU to do very well in 3D. Interestingly enough. Go figure, right? Oh, I know what that sound means. Well, obviously the music is faster, so. Oh, okay. So it's, oh yeah, because it's score attack. That's what it is. Okay, yeah, yeah. I forgot I was doing score attack. Alright, so stage clear, puzzle. Easy. Oh yeah, these are, oh, I've done these before. Okay, yeah. I don't think you can. This is what it was. Wait, no, this is in, this one's in 2D, but it's still score attack. Okay, so wink. But yeah, I don't know what it takes to get a game on NSO. It's not like people are going, "Hey, Nintendo, you know, it'd be really cool if you added this game to it, you know. It'd be really, really cool." I think they're just like, we'll release the thing. There you go, guys. I wonder if we'll get another Earthbound / Star Fox 64 situation. I'm sorry, not Star Fox 64. Star Fox 2. What am I thinking? Star Fox 2. Because I love for my games to be in 10 FPS. Builds character. Honestly, not even I could imagine what the qualifications need to be that a game is NSO worthy. Yeah. And that's the thing. I don't even think it's based on worthiness, because I've seen plenty of games that were put on NSO that I don't think a lot of people would really be interested in. But here we are, right? I got the least amount of points, guys, because I'm really bad at score attack. Alright. Stage clear. Nah. I was doing that earlier, okay. I guess I could do endless. You're asking about classic games come to Switch Online? Yeah, basically. There are a few layers to that. Sure, I'll take a listen. Other than like licensing, obviously, right? What are you doing playing this fairy game made for babies? I mean, to be fair, to this day, I don't understand how the Street Fighter puzzle game works. The one with the gems and stuff, I don't really get it. I've tried to understand it. It's probably simple, but I just never understood it. I love being a fairy. Fairy godparents. Yeah. No one talks about the fairy type trainers. No one ever talks about the fairy type trainers and how brutal they are. Wow. Wait, this is just Pokemon Puzzle League. Yeah. Because Pokemon Puzzle League was on N64. They basically rehashed a bunch of games from olden times and put them on GameCube into one game. I believe first they need to check who the license is being held by. Remember, most of these old games were made by companies that no longer exist, right? Who knows who has the rights to the games now? After they determine that, of course, they have to make an agreement with the rights holder. Yeah. That's probably why you're not going to see Super Mario RPG Super Nintendo on NSO. It was sold on Virtual Console, though, on the Wii. Then for newer games, we have to watch out for copyright within the game's licensed soundtracks, actor likeness, and make sure those are still fine. You should play Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. Why is that? Is it because you're a Saturn Sonic fan? You know what, Saturn Sonic fan? You should do streaming. Mario RPG has a Switch remake. Yeah, I have that one. I bought that one. I always think to myself, if people will suggest like games to play and stuff, especially if they know that it's their favorites, I suggest that they actually also do some of the streaming and stuff, because it's always fun to watch other people too, and it's nice to get a different outlook on others as well. To be honest, both the same for me. Mario RPG was Square Enix. Yeah, it was Square Enix. Well, it was it was Squaresoft. Sonic fan talking about the Sonic Arcade game I mentioned a few days ago. Apparently so. Looks like there are 2 Sonic fans in my chat today. Maybe you both should stream it. I know Bob used to be a streamer. Bob from accounting. I'm sorry, Bob the hospital tech. Wouldn't call myself a Sonic fan? Why not? You don't like Sonic games? This is a song that could put you to sleep though, for sure. The last Sonic game I remember playing was Generations on PC. On PC? Fair enough. I can't stream on YouTube because I'm 13. I can't go on Twitch to stream. What do you mean you can go on Twitch to stream? Who said that? Is this true, chat? Is this true, Twitch? Is this so? Is this within the guidelines of TOS? Also, anything that my mods do will be within good judgment, so if they do anything, well, you'll know why. Waiting for confirmation. Pretty sure Twitch's policy says 15 plus, but anything under your country's legal age requirement requires parental consent or something. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Alright, let's see. Well, I mean, like I did a Twitch stream and I have an account. Oh, I see. Okay. Now that's interesting to me. I've always seen Twitch as the more adult side of streaming. Or what have you, since a lot of people, especially a lot of like adults and 18 plus people, tend to stream on Twitch. So I kind of wonder about that. I don't feel like reading the terms. The internet is just too suffocating these days. Yeah, it's true. And that's the thing, that's how they get you. When people don't feel like reading the terms, and then they go, what do you mean I lost my firstborn because of you? Oh, well, didn't you read? You signed it. You didn't read this? Why are you angry at us? You literally signed the papers. It's like, I didn't expect it to be there, but you signed it. You read it. What do you mean? We are not held accountable for you signing something that you've read. You put your signature to these terms. So you can't be angry with us for something like that. There's a reason why it does exist, and you can't really go too long didn't read when it comes to TOS. You can't do that. You really can't do that. Much like how I really hope people did read my terms before they decided to chat as well. All things considered. It's for the safety of not just for me, but for you as well. Please keep that in mind. I bear no ill will. Sometimes measures have to be taken. 8-year-olds make videos on YouTube back in the late 2000s and early 2010s. I mean, if they were 8 at the time, maybe. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Twitch TOS is very dumb sometimes. I don't know. Like I said. As a VTuber, I can definitely say that Twitch TOS is sometimes dumb. You know? Welcome to the 3D perspective. Though I've seen worse things than Twitch's TOS. True, but at the same time, there are some things that shouldn't be written in terms. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. You are not lying on that front. Chill stream. Yeah. That's usually my thing for the most part. I'm chill and I talk about my childhood at this point because it's the only thing I know to talk about, and like my experiences and whatnot and how I feel about stuff. I wouldn't say I'm very aggressive or anything. I'm more like parental, if anything. Despite not actually having children in real life. Don't really need to be honest. I'm a streamer. It's like what teachers used to say back in the day. I don't really need to have kids because I teach like 30 plus children a day or something like that. The students are my children or something like that. In the most endearing way possible, obviously. Right now, I'm just recently understanding the importance behind the click to cancel rule that the FTC proposed and was recently struck down. What's that? You gotta click to cancel law here in the EU. So far, it made things much easier. Before, it was going from sub-page to another one, and then a blood sacrifice and a country letterhead to cancel service. Yeah, I remember something about the blood sacrifice thing. That's why I said something about the firstborn child thing. Yeah. But see, that also lets you know that the reason why they put that in there was to see if you would actually pay attention and read it and weep and all that type of stuff. They're like, oh, that's silly. No one's gonna read our terms. We could add anything crazy in here and it won't matter. Until it started to matter. It was just a prank, bro. Honest. Come on. We can't legally take your firstborn. That'd be insane. What do you think? We're inhumane? Well, then why'd you write it? Because it was a funny joke. Clearly. You wouldn't sign away your firstborn, would you? Right now, some gym memberships you sign up pretty easily, but if you want to cancel, they require you to send a certified letter to cancel your subscription. That is weird. What is that click to cancel law anyway? Can I see it maybe? Yeah, that's what they're basically talking about, yeah. TOS is worse than Twitch? Yeah, of course. Twitch isn't the worst. But yeah, the gym membership thing is very interesting. I did not want to move that there. I'm cooked now. I wanted to move that purple. It's okay. Not bad. Then there's so many streaming services that you can easily sign up for, but you have to dive into so many sub-menus to cancel, and they try retention tactics on your way there. Yeah, of course. What didn't you like about the service? Is there any way that we can change your mind? And stuff like that. Well, we're offering this, you know, half off or 70% if you decide to stay with us type situation. I think there are some things like that as well with, like, for anyone who listens to music in, like, or radio or something like that, there's something called XM radio that you could also, like, purchase as well, that you could sign up for and whatnot. And sometimes they will send you stuff like that as well. So they try to hook you in. Sorry, drinking coffee. And stuff like that. And then there's so many stream. Oh wait, I read that. I remember XM and Sirius Radio. Father had both. Yeah, mine did too. Mine did too. I remember the things that he would say over the phone and stuff. Well, I think it was phone. Maybe it was email. I don't remember. But there were certain things he would say, be like, yeah, no, I'm thinking about canceling my subscription and stuff. I don't think I want to use it anymore. And he'd be like, well, if you know, we'll discount it for you to keep it. It's like, you know, I don't know, maybe, I guess so. And then he would keep it. So yeah. I want to read that. Hold on. What does it say? Honestly, the state of planet Earth right now is horrible. Nostalgia isn't just thinking that things were better in the past anymore. It's just now knowing that you can't go back to the past and now live in a world where nothing is right anymore, but we still push on, even in times like this. That's what I'm here for. You can't change the past. You can only move forward, you know? Saturn, you're too young to be saying things like this. Let's see. Most gym subscriptions here in Germany, in an attempt to avoid the click to cancel or easy unsub law, will have you contractually be with them for X amount of time, either 3, 6, or 12 months, and if you want to leave before you can legally leave, they'll charge you a cancellation fee. I've heard about that one. I've heard about that one. I will assume that that's in the original terms though, and people probably didn't realize it. I'm not entirely sure. They do the same thing with Adobe Cloud, and people are revolting about that because that wasn't clearly visible in the contract. A lot of people have told their stories about the Adobe situation, and I feel no sympathy for them. Yes, I have nostalgia mainly for those old YouTube Kids videos with the Play-Doh surprise eggs. Yeah. I mean, everyone has some sense of nostalgia. Nostalgia really is looking back at the past. I don't really think that nostalgia means that things were better back then. That's the rose-tinted goggles situation. But nostalgia just means something that you grew up with that made you feel nice and stuff like that, right? Or I remember these when I was a kid type situation, right? I'm happily sitting on my old perpetual license for Adobe Web Premium CS 5.5. If Adobe tries to take my license from me, I'll sue. It's funny, Bob. I think one of my friends was talking about that too. I think you were here when they were. Capone was talking about how one of their copies of, it might have been Photoshop, wouldn't work anymore or something like that. Something about a license and stuff like that, I think. A tone license? Pantone license? Pantone? To be honest, I stopped using Adobe after they started becoming more greedy and even starting to block certain color codes on a Pantone license. That's very weird. Gen Z just dumps on Gen A because of nostalgia. I think every gen dumps on the one after. Interestingly enough. Sometimes I mix Gen Z and Gen A together only because it almost feels like the mindsets are very close, but I know that they aren't. I have Gen Z friends. Obviously Gen Alpha is pretty young, but I do have Gen Z friends. I know they are different. But when you get up in a certain age, things tend to meld together. A lot of companies used to sell perpetual licenses for their software, one-time fee, and it's yours forever. And they try to sell you the new thing, but you can just say no. Once the subscription trend started, they stopped selling perpetual licenses. Oh, I see. Now I get you. Okay. Naruhodo ne. Time to get wrecked. An alpha is generally two types: brain-rotted kids and chill people that say memes out loud for giggles. I'm the latter. Would you call yourself an iPad kid? That's not me trying to like dunk on you. It's a genuine question. Actually, that's a thought. I wonder if I can find someone selling a perpetual license for an old version of Autodesk Maya. That's literally the only thing preventing me from leaving Windows as my primary OS. Why is that? Inform me of that. Oshite kudasai ne. I know nothing of Maya. Like, yeah, but I used a Samsung tablet instead of an... Well, okay, so... I mean, yeah, I guess I should have just said... Because people usually just say blanketed iPad kid. But yeah, tablet kid, basically, is what I meant to say. Is what I actually meant. So yeah. If there's one thing you're going to hear from a lot of us who are a lot older, we are going to say, man, it seems like people who were like iPad kids didn't really learn much. Or aren't really learning much. And the reason why we say so is because we know that the parents, because if you are Gen Z, wait, if you are Gen Alpha, that means the parents more than likely are Gen Z? I'm bad with this sort of thing. Either way, it's probably not Gen Z actually, it's probably millennial? Either way, usually the parents will give their children the tablet to keep them entertained so that they can do what they're doing, basically. Mom's a good mom, bro. They're Gen X. Okay, that's what I mean. Yeah, Gen X. So it's, what is it? It's Boomer, Millennial, Gen X, Gen Z, Gen and A. Okay, that's how it goes. Hats off to the parents who are really, really good though. 100%. But there are some instances though, at least the ones that whenever we do say, yeah, it's because of this, I'm glad that, you know, your parents raised you right? That's all that honestly most of us could ask for these days, because otherwise you end up having the episode that I had last Sunday and a stream before it as well, where people act out and they don't realize where they are, right? And they do it because they think the internet isn't real, the internet can't hurt them. And then surprise Pikachu happens. People have to understand, yes, you may be looking at an animated character on the internet, but I'm actually speaking to you and I'm not AI. I am real. That's something that people don't understand. They can't comprehend that. There are two routes you can go into VTubing. You can play up and be the character that you are, or you can be kind of like me where you're just yourself, I guess. And both are fine. But once people start like, you know, treading boundaries and stuff, then things get a little weird. And as much as you don't want to be the bad guy, you have to put that foot down. Honestly, I'm the one that was a troublemaker as a kid. Are you still a troublemaker though? Oh wait, let me pause. Gen X and millennials are having a dispute on the internet right now. I mean, everyone's having a dispute right now. as we speak. The world doesn't stop spinning, you know? Mine specifically is a 3D modeling software. Autodesk makes a variety of software products for architecture, engineering, construction, manufacturing, media, education, and entertainment industries. I, for example, require Windows for many tasks because they are built for Windows and do not offer a Linux installation package. It is important to mention that you can get Windows apps running under Linux if you spend the time on it, but that often can be quite tedious and prove itself to be borderline impossible. Plan to use a virtual machine for my Windows needs. Problem is, I'm sitting on a technical perpetual lock with Maya LT 2020. They discontinued the product, but it still works. If I try to reinstall it, it'll check with the main server and see it's no longer valid. Yeah, I understand that, yeah. You need an auto patcher situation or auto patcher type thing where it just automatically has it going. Problem is that some Windows apps do not work properly under a VM. Yeah, that's true. I have the hardware to properly support some of my old apps in VM. Let's see. Like sometimes, but not really these days. Well, I mean, Linux is horrible for gaming. I wouldn't say that Linux is horrible for gaming per se. It's just that the stuff isn't developed for it quite yet. That's what's keeping people from going straight to Linux, because they'll say, well, I'm not using Linux because because the game that I like playing isn't supported. So I wouldn't say that it's horrible for it. It just doesn't have the support yet. That's all. I think there's a distinct difference in that. Because I don't think it would be trash to do so. It's just not done. Give me 1 second. Linux isn't horrible for gaming, especially now with Windows 11. Oh, and thanks to Steam, of course. Oh. Interesting. It might be a nightmare for gaming at the moment, but not horrible. It just needs the support. That's all it needs. I've said many times that I wanted to move to Linux because I was kind of tired of like Windows bloat. Because I've grown up on Windows like all my life. And yes, I know what you're thinking. Well, you know, something about brand loyalty is what actually kills things, because people will continue to buy Pokemon games as long as Pokemon is a thing, even if it becomes worse and worse. And I get where you're coming from when you say something like that. However, it depends. It really does depend. It's kind of like how people were actually trashing on Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl and blaming Game Freak when Game Freak didn't even work on it, but they were so used to blaming Game Freak that they didn't realize it or care as well. So it just depends. Linux is actually quite decent for gaming. It's mostly games with a kernel level anti-cheat, which tend to not run on it. Also, with Valve's effort of making a solid translation layer, I can see the future Linux gaming will grow much bigger. No, they blamed Game Freak for not using the A-Team for the remake. Probably so. Probably so. I mean, most of the stuff I play on this PC is one Steam game, Sonic Adventure DX. ROM hacks on emulators, and my PC is dying, so should I get Linux set up? This is why brand competition sucks. I wish there was just one company for one. Okay, so that's bad. You actually don't want one company for it, because monopolies can actually kill industry as well. And I'm sure people in Twitch chat can actually tell you about it as well. You actually don't want that. You do want competition. You actually do want competition, because if someone goes, oh yeah, we're the best here, no one can stop us, they will just raise prices on everything and let everything go down, and they'll go, haha, we're the only ones that exist. You have to buy it. We're the only one here. What are you gonna do? Not get it? Come on. We're the only ones who exist. There is no competition. So buy our product. Monopolies kill industries. Depends on who is holding the monopoly, but yeah, 98% of the time I agree with you. Yeah. Sometimes brand loyalty can be toxic because, you know, It's almost like a Stockholm syndrome type of situation. Where, I'm sorry, sunken cost fallacy. Where it's like, oh man, I've been with them for so long, why would I stop now? And you know, old habits die hard and stuff like that. But in all honesty, it's about what you're into. It's just about what you're into. That's why sometimes people can say, I liked this game in the series, but not this game in the series. Because they're not necessarily loyal to the branding of the series. And when you are within the genre, not all games can be good. Which also means not all games can be bad either. And then that's where preferences come in. And of course, as we know, it's also based on which teams make what games too. So if your B team makes solid games, hats off to the B team, right? Not everyone can be A team, but that doesn't mean that A team has to be the absolute best compared to other teams. In fact, B team is probably treated like A team as well. Therefore, they're going to develop a game in the same manner that A team would, if not better, maybe. Need to find some dinner? Sure. What happened? I played game. Well, I remember watching YouTube as a kid and seeing videos about the 1983 video game crash, which it is a monopoly caused by Atari, I think. I think so. All I remember is that there was the game crash, and that's one of the reasons why the Nintendo Entertainment System looks the way that it does, and why it's called Entertainment System and not a video game. And why it looked so different from the Famicom. Because people didn't want anything to do with video games after that crash. So they marketed it differently. Even the tapes, I say tapes, the cartridges looked like something you would, like even when you put the cartridges into an NES, it looks like you're putting a VHS tape into a VCR. Hence why Entertainment System. Who knows, maybe we're gonna hit another video game crash if things keep going the way that they are. I'm not entirely sure. But always remember this. I still have what I've been getting in terms of the games and whatnot. I purchased them if they are within the range that I can afford. Because I'm not gonna spend like $200 on a video game. Especially an old one. I'm not looking for a mint condition game. I'm looking for if the game actually works and it isn't like broken beyond repair. I want to be able to stream it to you guys if I enjoy it. And if it is physical hardware, then I can connect it to the other stuff I have, like being able to trade myself Pokemon in some of the older games. With the actual link cable and everything. It's like XS, you don't really need that. That's why emulation is less tedious. And you are correct. You can still trade yourself on emulators. There's nothing, I'm not gonna say there's nothing wrong with that, but for someone who, I guess, isn't streaming and doesn't care that much, you will do what you have to do to get things situated. But there's something really nice as a streamer, entertainer, being able to actually show you guys like how it used to be. Doesn't mean it's better, it just means that that's what we did at the time, you know? So, I'm gonna lose. They could have marketed the NES as a computer. No, that's what I'm saying. So the Famicom was a computer, but they decided to market it more as like a VCR instead, I guess. Very worried about another video game crash. The war on ROMs and Nintendo cracking down on hackers. I could see a crash to happen down the years. Except you have to also remember that Nintendo isn't the only gaming company. I think that's something that people are forgetting. And Nintendo isn't the first to do stuff like this. It's just that they're now becoming on par with what everyone else is doing in that regard. Nintendo does not rule the world and does not rule the gaming industry. That's something that people also need to understand. A lot of the streamers that I watch play a lot of things like Dark Souls, Skyrim, maybe Fable. Elden Ring, Skyrim, Dead by Daylight. Oh, hello, Reina. What can I see if you're doing well today? Hello. I didn't know that was a Reina call out, actually. I do have friends who play these games. Bloodborne, Dark Souls. Besides, Moon is the one who plays Elden Ring a lot, so, you know. Well, if you play Skyrim every Friday, you play every Friday. I played this every Sunday, so there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that these are games that aren't Nintendo specific. How do I do this? Is this how you do it? I don't remember. Calling Reina so hard. No! I'm just... Okay. I'm saying what I usually see. Okay, you know what? Tell you what. Give me a second. I'll humor you. I will humor you. Let me read you out the list of what people are actually playing. I did that wrong. Sorry. Don't ban me. How do I do this again? I don't remember. I'm not laughing at her. It's the slash first. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to get banned. I want to see you guys again. Yeah. You know? See. I am a professional streamer. Whoops. No. Leads. Okay, there we go. Let me read this right quick before I take a look. Xbox has no good exclusives, then PlayStation will fall because of a monopoly. You do also realize Nintendo and other companies are trying to get indie games off of their consoles. See, that goes against what Nintendo was trying to do, though, in terms of the Wii U and the Switch, because the whole purpose was to get on board with the inclusiveness of the third-party stuff. So that doesn't make sense to me. Also, what do you mean Xbox has no good exclusives? Is that true, chat? Is it true that Xbox doesn't have any good exclusives? That's wild to me. Also, give me a second. I want to check this right quick. What are people playing right now on my list on Twitch? Kinda. Alright, let me see. Twitch. No, not that one. Twitch. Home. No, not that one. Back to Twitch. Okay. This is what my list shows right now. Peak. Final Fantasy. Art. Just Chatting. Fallout. Retro. Just Chatting. RimWorld. Kingdom Hearts. Just Chatting. Persona 3. Just Chatting. Splatoon. There's a Nintendo one. Uno. Grounded. What is this one? In Stars and Time. Elden Ring. Night Rain. I see Zelda Ocarina of Time. Digimon Story. Cyber Sleuth. Fields of Mystria. And Art. So a lot of people on Twitch tends to, you know, stream less Nintendo stuff, funnily enough. Is it true that legally they ask that we call them exclusives? It's kind of like how you have achievements and then some people say like Chivos and stuff instead, because you can't really legally call some things achievements, I guess, since Xbox did the whole achievements thing, I guess. I don't know. I will read more comments after the ads. I'm gonna stretch my legs a little bit. You guys should do some exercises too for about 3 or so minutes. And I will come back reading some more of the chat. Reading chat is fun. Be right back. I get ads on Twitch. And well, I have returned. All right, let's see. Grounded is one of the more recent great exclusives. Oh, they used to have better ones. It is it true that legally they, oh yeah, exclusives. Oh wait, they do run it on PS5 now as well. But the trouble is that Xbox is now linked to Microsoft, so it's not really exclusive, so to speak. Fair enough. It's not the AAA or AA studios that keep the industry afloat. It's mostly older titles and the before mentioned indies. If it is true, that's surprising. I made it up on the spot, Lamau. Tries to work out which of the plant foxes on screen said that. We speak as one. Okay. Indies usually get overshadowed by AAA games, however, so yeah, Crash is pretty certain to eventually happen. You don't get ads on YouTube. Playing my Italian friend's Sonic. Ow. Rude. Playing my Italian friend's Sonic 2 hack right now. Indies tend to get overshadowed, however, it seems like nowadays people are flocking towards indies, so it's almost like a twist. Last year, there were a few indie games that caught a lot of people's eyes, to the point where it was getting people to say, huh, I'm starting to prefer indies over AAA games now. For a good few people, anyway. So maybe it just depends. Okay. But yeah. Heck, I would love to learn of like just one day being like, oh hey, I remember talking to this person a long time ago. They make games now? That's really cool. I'm honored to be within that space and type of stuff like that, you know? Because nowadays, just about anyone becomes like either a game programmer or like just a tech person in general. And learn how to code and stuff like that, because I don't know how to code. But people are interested. And usually when people get tired of, oh, they go like, this company keeps messing up my favorite franchise, I'll just do it myself. And then they do it and then they get cease and desisted. That's what happened with Mother 4. That's why it's called something else. People forget that it's an IP situation. For example, Hollow Knight and its sequel Silk Song are great indie examples. Yeah, exactly. We're finally gonna get Silk Song, guys. Which one will come out first, Silk Song or GTA 6? Or Skyrim 2? It's like, we did it, guys! Finally, we're gonna get another Elder Scrolls game! Remakes Oblivion. Hi, I'm Todd Howard. I heard you guys like old games, so here you go. New games? But you love Skyrim, right? 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 Anyway. I will say Silk Song. Skyrim 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. That's how it goes, though. That's why people are like, whenever we have like Nintendo Directs and stuff, they're like, here's a remake, and another remake, and a definitive edition, and Switch version, and you know, and it's like, yeah, they're making a lot of remakes for games. I wonder why they're making a lot of remakes for games. Oh, I know. Because people love playing old games. So they just remaster old games. They don't just remaster old games, but that's out there. You know, a lot of people used to think that Nintendo was only for like people of certain ages. So they would think that, oh, they're only catering to kids now. I'm not the target demographic for games anymore, or something like that. Or like Pokemon is too easy, and then Pokemon XD and Coliseum came out. And stuff like that. So they'll just remake the game for like a newer system maybe. Or they will come out with something new. It's kind of hard to come out with a new IP when you're Nintendo or PlayStation and stuff like that, if those IPs stand out, like Spyro and Crash, right? When you think of PlayStation, you think of Spyro and Crash usually. Actually, that's the question. What do you think of when you think Xbox? And yes, I did say Xbox, not like PC. I did say Xbox. Like, what are the icons or mascots that come to mind when you think Xbox? Fable. Halo. Yeah, Halo is definitely one, for sure. So, you know, Master Chief. When you think Xbox, you think Master Chief. You don't think about Blinks. No one thinks about Blinks, the cat. The time-traveling cat individual. Right? Dead Rising, I think, was exclusive. Red Rings of Death. Yeah, that's an icon. That was an icon. Oh, that was an icon for 360. I don't know if that was ever a thing for original Xbox. But I did just say Xbox. I didn't say which Xbox, right? So I guess Xbox didn't really have icons. Or mascot icons, huh? Other than some kind of shoot person, right? Shoot person. I know English. A little bit. You should play Candy Crush. Silksong is a myth. Why would I play Candy Crush? What is happening? You guys want me to become a mobile streamer? You want me to play Candy Crush and Raid Shadow Legends and Plant vs. Zombies and what are some other ones? Am I a joke to you? Funny like clown? What's happening? No respect, I tells ya. No respect at all. Oy. No one takes the Plant Fox seriously. Dead Rising, I think, was exclusive. When I think of Xbox, I think often of multiplayer gaming. Yeah. Or like LAN parties and stuff. It always was very heavy into multiplayer gaming since the original Xbox. And mature gaming. Anytime I used to see commercials on the computer, commercials on TV, almost every Xbox game was rated M for mature. Because they mostly sold like shooters. You disrespect excess? You disrespect them like the football? Like the football? Roblox is old enough to be a retro game? Is it 20 years old? I never grew up with Roblox. Every time I think of Roblox, I go, why does he look like Lego? Every single time. Wow. I have a harsh take on the original Xbox though. I genuinely dislike the Duke controller. Really? I thought it was kind of interesting actually. It was a controller that wasn't racist because it had a white button and a black button. It was definitely bulky. It was very interesting. I remember it like it was yesterday. I never owned an original Xbox, but I had a cousin who did. So I always had a cousin that owned systems that I didn't. So, you know. I just became the Nintendo one basically. But yeah, I have like a PlayStation 2 Slim. I don't know if it still works. I have an Xbox 360 and I have a bunch of Nintendo stuff. I find its shape cool, but holding it from me was very uncomfortable. Yeah, that's fair. In fact, I haven't held one in a very long time, so I wonder how it would feel now. I was like younger when I held that controller. I have, you know, my physique has changed over time, so it probably would be okay. Maybe the Steam controller feels better now for people, even though they don't exist anymore, or like there's no like production in it. Maybe as an adult I find it much better, but who knows? Yeah, exactly. Roblox is 19 years old, so it's almost retro. Honestly, I don't know what retro means. Usually I go, if it's 20 years old, then it's retro. That's how I see it. But I could be wrong. But I usually go, if it's at least 20 years old, then it's retro. Maybe it has to be 18. Maybe it has to be old enough to drink or something. But that depends on where you live, so... I don't know. Yeah, no? But yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Xbox definitely played more towards like multiplayer gaming, and they were usually like shooter games. Blood and guts and stuff. And war, because war never changes. Roblox kind of reminds me more of Mega Blocks than Legos. Oh, yeah. I can see that. For me, old enough would be around PS3 generation. Latest I'd go is Wii U. So is that 15 years or what? I should look up what retro means for games. I want to know the definitive answer. Okay. Man, I love this game. I will still roast a legacy PS3 for its countertop grill aesthetic. Oh. Grill aesthetic. You guys get grills? Remember Grill Off with Ultra Hand? No? Okay. That was a nice save. Nani ga suki? Anyway, what's going on? Chocomito. So funny. That's the new stem, guys. That's the new sleeper agent. You wake up in a cold sweat and you go, Chocomento. Oh my god. Stop that. Get some help. Ah. A weird retro console will always be the 3DO. Yeah, I don't know much about the 3DO. I've heard of the 3DO, the Wonder Swan, the Coleco. I've never seen these in real life. I know some got remade. So I remember someone streaming them at one point, some like odd years ago. Remember, it's never even years ago, guys. It's always some odd years ago. Why? I'm not sure. Because I can't even, clearly. Probably one of both the funniest and worst consoles of gaming history to me in terms of how obscure some of their games are. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Looks like I found the new sound for certain people. people's favorite games, like Metroid, and Metroid, and Metroid, and Metroid, and also Metroid. No! Okay. Okay. No! Don't do this to me! I want to live! Ah, well, I'm not living now. Apologies, Flair. I wasn't good enough. No chocomento for you. No! Yeah. Hey man, two-headed dragons, they hurt. Clearly. That is a wall. The way the 3DO promoted itself as the mature adult gaming console during the console wars of both Nintendo and Sega, it claimed to offer more cutting-edge graphics and games. It ended up with probably the worst games for a launch lineup and a messed up Doom port on it. Weird how it was wedged in between the two, because I didn't hear of the 3DO ever. When did it come out? Because that might answer the reasoning. We have to now understand that we live in a world where the 3DS and the 3DO exist in the same like space, so the names are really close. I mean, that'll do something, but not much. I was during the 90s shortly after the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive came out. Oh, that's why. That explains a lot. That's why I never heard of it. Too many toasters. What? Stop that. Stop this. Cease. Internet got disconnected. I had some dropped frames, but not much. I was during the 90s shortly. Yeah. Was able to reconnect. Good. Nice. Well. Kane. The Fire Prince of all Saiyans. I mean, we like jazz in this house, so... New spot of it. of its ad was that it claimed that both the Nintendo and Sega were kids' toys and that you need to put them away so you can play on a real gaming system. I see. See, I don't understand why everyone was trying to go super edgy about, you know, getting a game. I guess it was like, well, I don't want to be seen as a baby, so I must get, you know, the cutting edge, like, Gutbuster 9000, or everyone will see me as wimpy or something. You guys still play on Nintendo? That's for babies. Get something for a real man. Or something. Like Barbie Horse Adventure. Feel the wind on your skin. I don't know what's happening anymore. What? I'll personally say I love both the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive. The Mega Drive, for example, has a special place in my heart for its sound chip alone. That's true. The sound chip is very, very iconic. Nice. Nice. I'm clearing my throat a lot today. I've been speaking a lot. Looks like I still need to work on my voice control. For Super Nintendo, I love many of the games released on it, especially Super Metroid and Castlevania. And let's not forget Lion King. The best of the best. True. And Aladdin. The best version, clearly. I was just about to mention Aladdin. Yeah. You don't like throwing apples? That's like the most metal thing ever. Come on now. Wasting food is edgy, clearly. I don't know. Plock was sick. I remember seeing videos of Plock, yeah. Had great music for sure. Metal? Yeah, it's metal to throw apples at your enemies. Clearly. They say an apple a day keeps the doctors away, so you throw the apples at your doctors. Show them what for, you know? What? What? Oh. The Fallen, after all. Every game he did the soundtrack for a piece for, which is certified classics. Oh. No. 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 Do not. Donuts. Darn. Who can forget Pictionary for the NES? Tim Fallen just doing crazy stuff for the music. Pictionary. Strawberry forever. Hello, Rabbit. Welcome to see you. What are you doing today? How are you? That was a 4-level play right there. That I'll never ever do again. Message retracted. Data received. Satisfaction guaranteed. Koya. Listen to that battle cry. Oh. Darn it! I tried. I also like the GBA sound chip, thinking of it. Its compression makes it sound so unique and even pleasant. I didn't know about that one. I actually hated the compression. That's the thing about that. I hated how much compressed things sounded. At least for Mario Advance. And I cannot forgive them for what they did for Mother 1+2. Or at least for Mother 2. It's downright atrocious. Like, I've heard of sound compression and stuff, and how, like, you know, it's like, but like, you know, I guess it's not that bad, right? GBA sound is just odd. Definitely worse out there. Mario Advance was cursed. I tried so hard to make that work. I know fully well that my voice is not up to par right now, and I did it anyway. I regret that, actually. I can only do that at the beginning of streams when my voice is actually not compromised. Oh well. Shoganai na. Skatanai wa. Then again, I unironically like Sonic Spinball soundtrack. Oh. I've heard things about Sonic Spinball. I think people like it a lot, right? I'm running out of matches to fuel the flame. I'm not very good at this puzzle game. That's what I needed. However, I'm still in a bind. Wah! Gloss over all the fails? You can't do that! Can't gloss over all the fails? No. No, you must commit. Can't do that. You get banned. I'll never see you again. Drop the block. Thank you. The options music is known by the fans for being totally the most enjoyable and not ear destroying. I'd hope it's not ear destroying. Cause it usually, if a game doesn't control well but the music's really good, it gets a pass. But usually if the music is horrible, it does not get a pass. Usually. Okay. This. Shine. Oh, there's not a star below. Unfortunately. Could have made that a 4 though. Game's so underrated that no one knows about it. Gotta read all about it, you know? Do places still make newspapers? I feel like I've asked this question before. Are newspapers still a thing? So. By the way, I did right my wrongs with the Lara Shell incident. I posted a video the other day. I corrected my wrongdoings. And I gave Ewan Red Bull. That really helped. Because I was complaining about how he wasn't fast. So all I needed was that push. And then with that, he started getting speed stat. I was like, okay, well, thanks for proving me wrong, I guess. Later. So. Yeah. Adios. GG. The Skorka. The equivalent to Dark Link. Dark Frill, I guess. The Legend of Frill. I really do love the sound effects in this game, though. Found a version of this in English, but it crashes halfway through the versus mode, so I only know half the story. I know which one you're talking about. I know exactly the one you're talking about. I need to like delete that actually. I still have that somewhere. Yeah, once it hits past like think once you hit the lion, then it like crashes. And there's no more development on that, unfortunately. It's another reason why it's best for me to continue learning Japanese. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Because I think they went on to make like Italian dubs for stuff too, or translations for things too, I think. I think they were also working on something called Tales of Graces, which was on the Wii at one point, but it was JP only. Tales of Graces looks amazing. I like it more than Symphonia. I've never beaten a Tales game though. In fact, I haven't gotten far in any Tales game. I like Tales of Fantasia. The GBA version wasn't bad, but apparently the Super Nintendo version is way better. Gameplay wise. Like fighting wise. By the way, I'm gonna send you the silly 3DO ad. Sure. Think so. It did not go the way I wanted it to. Thank you for the scratches. I appreciate it. I will drink water as well. Ow! Zawarudo. Where to, what do, oh. Okay. I apologize for starting a little later today. I actually woke up later. I went to sleep at like around 6 a.m. Don't know why actually. And then I woke up around like 2-ish p.m. And 2-ish is the time I usually start this on Sundays. Oh, I should draw a graphic for that and just have it as a thing. Or I could just make it, whoops, I could just make it the thing like on my necklace instead. The purple green thing. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't think I'd get this far. Oh, this is just awkward. Gotta wait 2 minutes for ear scratchers? Lame. Yeah! I have cooldowns on Mini. There's practically nothing that can be spammed. Well, that's not kosher at all. I'm gonna have to try. Oh god, okay. Okay, cool. Yep. Nice. That's not nice. That's not nice. That's not nice. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Stop! That block. That block is flat. Flat? Flat. Flat. Doesn't matter. Sun has a deadly laser, so it doesn't really matter. No! Gah! I mean, I don't lose anyone, but I'm losing, so yeah, no. When a game has easy, normal, hard, very hard, super hard as difficulties, you know you're in for something. Oh, should have moved the heart. No. What? The nail. Huh. Flashies. Nice. Somehow. Okay. Let's back out of that. For like 5 minutes of Dr. Mario. Thank you for the scratches. Pop, pop. Lamau, you suck laughing. No, you still get the benefits of the scritches. What do you mean? Doesn't matter who does it, right? Right. The scritches exist as, I don't know. It sounded better in my head. It's like, I wanted to press the button! But I wanna. Yes. Eh. Only if the money is good enough. Do you think Wario could make for a good doctor? Yeah, only if the money is good enough. I don't know. If it don't make him money, I guess. Pro strat. Man, I love the music in this game. I don't know if I can make a Dr. Mario-esque song like this. I don't think I would be able to match like the aura of these. I feel like Wario would give you a random unrelated surgery despite you not reading it because he felt like it. More like giving you a prescription of something that you don't need. Probably. Wario would do illegal prescriptions under the table for sure. Yeah. Because Wario is above lawsuits, apparently. Wario got me addicted to pain pills. Making the CPU freak out is always fun. I can see that, not gonna lie. Man. No, London Bridge is not falling. Love how you can hear that parts of the soundtrack rely on the exact same audio bank Nintendo used up to the early 2000s. Yeah, that's true. You can usually tell what system like music is from based on the sound chip, I guess, or the sound bank, sound font. Yeah, not doing very well on this one. I don't feel so good. My new clickbait video, Wario in medical malpractice? Oh my god. You should do it. You should do it. Do it. Avalanche. Wario would give me a second heart just to see if it would even work to begin with. I am now watching you on the living room TV with surround sound. Surround sound? I'm worthy of surround sound? Quick, let me become like the yabai VTubers and say like the raunchiest of things. Wah! It's not what I wanted at all. Well, time to fix things. Sadly, you only output in stereo, so I don't hear you in the back speakers. So what's the point? Okay. Dolby Digital or something. Thank you for the scratches. Screeches. I don't even know if scritches is a real word, I'll be honest with you. But I'm running with it, because why not? If we can say Kibi and Hans and Fomps, then I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? I'd call it an elevated colloquialism. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. Shortly before being led away by the kindly attendants because I'm using too many long words again? Oh. Alright, so I looked at flights to Japan around April of next year starting at $500. But oh god, what you have to give up for that price? Really? Tell me more. Oh man. Add start now. I'm gonna finish this match though. All according to Keikaku. Same, I just tend to make it everyone else's problem that I do. I love long words, especially if it's a noun. You're German, Lappin. Also, be right back, guys. Okay. A little bit more of this, and then I will, you know, call it, I guess. But yeah, a trip one way like that is interesting. I guess you'll never get back home, and you'll be stuck in Japan forever. Oh no. Oh my. What a situation to be in. Nice. This one's not going to be easy to clean up at all. Especially since I have 10 to deal with. Stream okay? Yeah. I was just responding to Bob. I had gone on to BRB. Also, hello, Axel Draws. What can I see you doing today? How are you? Yash! 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 Oof. You have a funny long word. A funny long word. It will definitely be a word that I won't be able to pronounce, more than likely. But let's see what you mean by funny. I do not know what I'm doing. Let's see. Yep. Definitely can't pronounce that one. I love German. I love puzzles. You know, Luke, this is reminding me of a puzzle. Well, no, don't do that. Gah. Stupid. Stupid. It's stupid. Alright, let's see. I'm very creative when it comes to clearing these. Just not efficient. That's the downside. Okay. Dibs. odd the name of the floating dude. Is not odd. I'm not sure. Probably something helium related. These are Wario 3 enemies apparently. Oh, thanks. You played yourself. Congrats. Even though this is the combo bot. God, that's a long word. Mario. Sunday, March 29th to Friday, April 10th. $1,300. For how long? Oh wait. 29th to 10th. I guess that's not bad. Flex pass that allows me to cancel and get a refund. 300. Oh. This is spicy. I'm kind of screwed. I must restart. The combo bot. It's happening. Yeah, I have to restart. I can sit in regular seats and save the dollars. Was saying I wanted business class for the longer flight, but they want 3,000. Good lord. Wait a minute. Why would you go business class? Are you going on business? Are you standing on business? What business do you have to be doing such a thing? Hence why it costs so much. But it's no business of mine. Have you ever sat in a cramped chair for 14 to 17 hours? Of course. But business class can't be the only comfortable class, right? That doesn't seem quite right. It's the only comfortable class. It's all economy or business? What? That's weird. Can you tell I don't fly anywhere? Okay, I have to restart. Maybe I'll finish this one and then I'll end it, because it's been a bit. This is not a good seed though. Maybe a different term in other places. I've heard economy and business. when the focus on the wrong thing is too real. Okay. Since I travel nowadays more via train within the EU, I usually go with first class for longer rides. It's one thing I hate, like in terms of like where I am, trains might as well be a myth. Like, as in they don't really exist for travel. Why must you do this to me? Why? There's so much going on. Just moved to the East Coast near me. Trains are great over here. Maybe. Stereo. As much as I love train travel, there's one thing that never misses to make me mad. Why did I do that? Okay. I just need to clear this. Well, not necessarily. Actually, I kind of screwed it up. Well, this is fun. Trains have a car specifically meant to be quiet and peace, that people like me who cannot take much sound can travel without stress. And then a family walks in with their loud AF child. Just the one. I want to play Tiny Aquarium. What's stopping you from playing Tiny Aquarium? I had a better plan for this and then I beansed it, so now I'm gonna lose. I'll take that. If you give me enough time, I can clean the mess. I'm gonna lose though. I mean, I need that yellow, just not there. I got so close. Why did I do that to myself? I do want to end it here though, because I'm kind of tired actually. I did that to myself. I hope you guys enjoyed though. Mite kurete arigato. Kite kurete arigato. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I hope you guys enjoyed. Like, comment, subscribe on YouTube if you enjoyed. Give me a follow on Twitch if you enjoyed. Consider subscribing on Twitch or becoming a member on YouTube. I also have a, or if you don't like ads, well, I mean, I don't really have ads per se on YouTube per se, but you know, but I do have emotes, and that's pretty cool too. I do have a Ko-fi page if you'd like to support me directly, if you would like to. I'm not sure what I'll be doing this week. I know I didn't stream much last week, but I'm not sure what I'll be doing this week, so just stay tuned. Make sure you hit that bell on YouTube. Also, I do have a Discord, Discord on Twitch, or check my description on YouTube. And as far as YouTube goes, I'm Kina Vira. I hope to see you guys next time. Bye bye. Mata ne.